Good evening. Tonight, we're tracing the complete history of beer from Mesopotamian grain stores 10,000 years ago to craft breweries and global conglomerates today. It's a story that spans the entire arc of human civilization, crosses every inhabited continent, and reveals how a simple fermented drink helped build the first cities, fuel the Industrial Revolution, and shape cultures around the world. This is how humanity learned to brew, and how brewing, in turn, shaped humanity. If you're new here, welcome. If you're returning, welcome back. This one's been requested for a while, and I wanted to do it right. So we're going deep. Settle in. Get comfortable. This is going to be a long one. Phone face down. Volume at a whisper. Let's go in. The Neolithic Revolution and the birth of agriculture. Somewhere between 12,000 and 10,000 years ago, in a crescent-shaped stretch of land arcing from the eastern Mediterranean through modern-day Iraq and Iran, human beings made a decision that would change everything. They stopped wandering. After hundreds of thousands of years of following game and gathering what the land offered, small groups of hunter-gatherers in the Fertile Crescent began to stay put. They cleared patches of wild grasses, collected seeds, and planted them deliberately. They domesticated animals. They built permanent structures. This was the Neolithic Revolution, the transition from foraging to farming, and it represents one of the most consequential shifts in human history. Within a few thousand years, scattered settlements would grow into villages, villages into towns, towns into the first cities. Agriculture made possible surplus food, which made possible specialization of labor, which made possible priests and soldiers and scribes and kings. Civilization, in the way we understand it, begins here. But why did it happen? Why, after so long as nomads, did humans suddenly decide to stay in one place and grow their own food? The traditional answer points to bread, the staff of life, the foundation of settled agriculture. Grain could be stored, ground into flour, and baked into a food source that sustained populations through lean seasons. There is, however, another theory, the beer before bread hypothesis. In 1953, a botanist named Jonathan Sauer proposed an idea that seemed almost absurd at the time. What if beer came before bread? What if the desire to brew fermented beverages was actually the primary motivation for the domestication of grain? The hypothesis remained on the fringes of academic discourse for decades, but accumulating archaeological evidence has lent it considerable credibility. The argument runs like this. Early grain cultivation was labor-intensive and initially produced yields barely superior to wild gathering. Bread making, particularly with early grains, was a complicated process requiring grinding, mixing, and controlled heat. But beer could happen almost by accident. Consider the scenario. A forager collects wild barley or wheat and stores it in a vessel. Rain gets in. The grain sprouts and begins to break down its starches into sugars, a process we now call malting. Wild yeasts, omnipresent in the environment, settle on the sugary liquid. Fermentation begins. A few days later, someone discovers that the spoiled grain water produces a pleasant, mildly intoxicating effect. the appeal is immediate. The desire to replicate it becomes a powerful incentive. Proponents of the beer before bread hypothesis point out that fermentation requires less technological sophistication than baking. They note that many early agricultural societies show evidence of brewing before they show evidence of bread making. And they argue that the social and ritual significance of alcohol, its ability to alter consciousness, to facilitate bonding, to connect humans with the divine, would have provided a stronger motivating force than simple nutrition. Archaeological evidence, Göbekli Tepe and Rakafet Cave. The debate between beer and bread has been dramatically reshaped by discoveries at two remarkable archaeological sites. Göbekli Tepe, in southeastern Turkey, is unlike anything else in the archaeological record. Built around 9500 BCE, predating Stonehenge by 6,000 years, this complex of massive stone pillars arranged in circles was constructed by hunter-gatherers who had not yet adopted full-scale agriculture. The site appears to have been a ritual center, a place of gathering and ceremony for populations across a wide region. What does this have to do with beer? Excavations at Göbekli Tepe have uncovered large stone vessels capable of holding up to 40 gallons of liquid. Chemical analysis of residues in these vessels has revealed traces of oxalate, a compound produced during the brewing process. The implication is striking. People were gathering at this monumental site to share fermented beverages thousands of years before the first cities arose. Some archaeologists have suggested that the labor required to build Göbekli Tepe, coordinating hundreds of workers over years or decades, may have been fueled and motivated, at least in part, by beer. Even more direct evidence emerged from Rakafet Cave in Israel, where researchers in 2018 announced the discovery of the oldest known evidence of alcohol production. Dating to approximately 13,000 years ago, the site, associated with the Natufian culture, contained stone mortars with residues indicating the brewing of a wheat and barley-based beer. This predates the earliest evidence of bread making by several thousand years. The Natufians were not yet farmers in the full sense. They were semi-sedentary foragers in transition, beginning to cultivate wild grains, but not yet committed to agriculture. The Rakafet discovery suggests that brewing may have been among the earliest uses of collected grain, perhaps even a catalyst for the eventual domestication of cereals. Grain cultivation in the Fertile Crescent. Whatever motivated it, grain cultivation took root in the Fertile Crescent and gradually spread outward over millennia. The earliest domesticated grains were emmer wheat and barley, both of which remain central to brewing today. These crops were well suited to the region's climate, hot, dry summers and mild, wet winters, and they responded well to early agricultural techniques. Barley, in particular, proved remarkably versatile. It tolerated poor soils and variable rainfall better than wheat. It ripened quickly, and it possessed another quality that would prove essential for brewing. When moistened and allowed to germinate, barley produces abundant enzymes that convert its starches into fermentable sugars. Early brewers may not have understood the biochemistry, but they recognized the results. As agricultural settlements grew more established, grain production increased beyond immediate nutritional needs. Surplus grain created new possibilities for trade, for taxation, for social stratification. And crucially, surplus grain meant more raw material for brewing. Spontaneous fermentation, wild yeasts, and happy accidents. Modern brewers purchase carefully cultivated yeast strains from specialized suppliers. Ancient brewers had no such option. Their fermentations depended entirely on wild yeasts, microscopic fungi floating invisibly through the air, coating the surfaces of fruits and grains, waiting for the right conditions to begin their metabolic work. Saccharomyces cerevisiae, the species responsible for most beer and bread fermentation, was not isolated and identified until the 19th century, but its action had been observed and exploited for millennia. Early brewers discovered through trial and error that certain vessels, certain locations, and certain practices produced more reliable fermentation. They did not know they were cultivating microbial communities. They knew only that the process worked, and that it worked better in some circumstances than others. The discovery of fermentation was almost certainly an accident, repeated countless times across the ancient world. Grain stored in damp conditions began to bubble and change. Honey mixed with water grew cloudy and developed unexpected potency. Fruit left too long in a container transformed into something new. Each of these accidents represented a doorway into a world of altered states. And once humans walked through that door, they never looked back. Sumerian brewing, the first documented brewers. By the 4th millennium BCE, the scattered agricultural settlements of Mesopotamia had coalesced into something unprecedented. Cities, Uruk, Ur, Eridu, Lagash. These urban centers of ancient Sumer housed tens of thousands of people, supported by sophisticated irrigation systems and complex administrative bureaucracies. And they brewed an astonishing amount of beer. The Sumerians are the first people in history for whom we have extensive written records of brewing. Their cuneiform tablets, impressed into clay with wedge-shaped reed styluses, document beer in contexts ranging from daily ration lists to religious hymns to legal codes. Beer was not peripheral to Sumerian civilization. It was woven into its very fabric. Sumerian brewers produced at least 19 distinct types of beer, varying in strength, ingredients, and preparation methods. There were beers made from barley, beers made from emmer wheat, beers made from mixtures of grains. There were dark beers and pale beers, filtered beers and beers thick with grain residue, fresh beers and aged beers. The variety suggests a brewing tradition already ancient and sophisticated by the time writing was invented to record it. The Sumerian word for beer was kash, and it appears on some of the earliest written documents in human history. Administrative tablets from the city of Uruk, dating to around 3400 BCE, include symbols representing beer rations distributed to workers. The pictograph for beer, a clay vessel with diagonal lines indicating its contents, is among the most frequently occurring signs in these early texts. From the very beginning of writing, humans were writing about beer. The hymn to Ninkasi, the world's oldest beer recipe. Among the treasures of Sumerian literature is a text known as the Hymn to Ninkasi, composed around 1800 BCE. Ninkasi was the goddess of beer, one of the many specialized deities in the Sumerian pantheon, and this hymn in her honor does something remarkable. It describes the brewing process in sufficient detail to function as a recipe. The hymn begins by praising Ninkasi's birth and divine attributes, then transitions into a detailed account of her sacred work. It describes the preparation of bapir, a twice-baked bread made from barley that served as the base for Sumerian beer. It mentions the mixing of bapir with water and aromatics in a large vessel. It describes the mashing process, the filtering of the wort through straw mats, and the collection of the finished beer into containers. Modern brewers have attempted to recreate Sumerian beer using the hymn to Ninkasi as a guide. The results vary, but they share certain characteristics. The beer is typically cloudy and thick, often consumed through straws to filter out floating grain particles. It is lightly alcoholic, somewhat sour from bacterial fermentation alongside the yeast, and flavored with dates or other regional ingredients rather than hops, which were unknown in ancient Mesopotamia. It bears little resemblance to modern beer, but it represents the direct ancestor of every lager and ale brewed today. The brewing knowledge that emerged in Mesopotamia did not remain confined to the river valleys between the Tigris and Euphrates. Over the course of 3,000 years, it spread outward along trade routes and migration paths, carried by merchants and soldiers and displaced peoples. Simultaneously, other civilizations discovered fermentation independently, arriving at their own brewing traditions through parallel experiments with local grains. By the time the Roman Empire reached its greatest extent, beer was being brewed on every inhabited continent, though not always with equal prestige. Egyptian brewing culture and the pyramids. Across the desert to the southwest, the civilization rising along the Nile developed a brewing culture every bit as sophisticated as that of Sumer and perhaps even more central to daily life. The ancient Egyptians called their beer heneket or zaitum, and they consumed it in quantities that would astonish modern observers. From pharaohs to farmers, from temple priests to construction laborers, beer was the universal beverage of Egyptian society. Egyptian brewing techniques shared fundamental similarities with Mesopotamian methods. Both relied on malted grain. Both used bread as an intermediate step. Both depended on spontaneous fermentation. But Egyptian brewers developed their own distinctive approaches. They favored emmer wheat over barley, though both were used. They frequently flavored their beers with dates, honey, and various herbs. And they produced beer in enormous quantities, operating what can only be described as industrial-scale breweries. The most dramatic evidence of Egyptian brewing scale comes from the very symbol of ancient Egypt, the pyramids. The construction of the Great Pyramid at Giza, around 2560 BCE, required a workforce of thousands. Recent estimates suggest a core crew of perhaps 4,000 skilled workers, supplemented by rotating teams of laborers numbering in the tens of thousands during peak construction seasons. These workers required food and drink, and the logistical apparatus assembled to supply them represents one of the ancient world's most impressive organizational achievements. Beer as wages. Workers' daily rations at Giza Archaeological excavations near the Giza pyramids have uncovered the remains of a workers' village, complete with bakeries, breweries, and administrative buildings. The picture that emerges contradicts the old myth of slave labor. These were not whipped captives, but organized work crews, supplied and compensated by the state. And a significant portion of their compensation came in the form of beer. Records and archaeological evidence suggest that pyramid workers received daily rations of approximately 4 to 5 liters of beer, along with bread, onions, and occasionally meat. The beer provided hydration, calories, and essential nutrients. It also provided something less tangible, but equally important: morale. Working in the Egyptian sun, hauling limestone blocks weighing several tons, was brutal labor. The promise of beer at the end of the day made it bearable. The breweries near Giza were substantial operations. Excavations have revealed large ceramic vats, heating installations, and storage facilities capable of producing hundreds of gallons daily. Researchers have found residue deposits indicating the continuous, systematic production of beer over extended periods. This was not household brewing scaled up. It was a dedicated industrial process, organized to feed a workforce building monuments that would endure for millennia. The implications are remarkable. The pyramids, those enduring symbols of ancient achievement, were built by workers fueled largely by beer. Without the brewing industry's capacity to produce reliable quantities of nutritious, safe beverage, the organizational feat of pyramid construction might not have been possible. Egyptian beer styles and social significance. Not all Egyptian beer was created equal. Surviving records describe multiple varieties, distinguished by strength, ingredients, and quality. There was ordinary beer for daily consumption, stronger beer for celebrations, and premium varieties reserved for offerings to the gods and the honored dead. Some beers were thick and porridge-like, consumed as much for their nutritional content as their intoxicating effects. Others were filtered and refined, approaching something closer to modern expectations of what beer should be. Certain beers were sweetened with dates or honey. Others were flavored with herbs or spices. The variety suggests a mature brewing culture with centuries of accumulated knowledge. Social status determined access to different beer qualities. Pharaohs and nobles drank refined premium brews. Priests consumed special ritual beers as part of religious ceremonies. Common workers received serviceable but less distinguished daily rations. The hierarchy of beer mirrored the hierarchy of society, a pattern that would repeat across cultures and centuries. Beer also played a crucial role in Egyptian religious practice. The goddess Hathor was closely associated with beer and intoxication, and festivals in her honor featured ritual drunkenness as a form of communion with the divine. According to myth, beer once saved humanity from destruction when the goddess Sekhmet, sent by Ra to punish rebellious humans, was tricked into drinking beer dyed to look like blood. She became intoxicated, forgot her murderous mission, and humanity survived. The story reflects beer's dual nature in Egyptian thought. It was both a source of pleasure and a powerful, potentially dangerous force, requiring respect. Ancient China, independent discovery of grain fermentation. Thousands of miles to the east, another great civilization was developing its own relationship with fermented beverages, entirely independent of Mesopotamian or Egyptian influence. The ancient Chinese discovery of grain fermentation represents one of history's most significant examples of parallel innovation. Archaeological evidence indicates that the Chinese were brewing fermented beverages from rice, honey, and fruit as early as 7000 BCE, potentially predating even the Reykjavik cave evidence from the Levant. Residues found in pottery vessels at the Jiahu site in Henan province reveal a mixed fermented drink combining rice, honey, and hawthorn fruit. This was not beer in the strict sense of a grain-based fermented beverage, but it demonstrates that Chinese cultures were experimenting with fermentation from the earliest Neolithic period. By the Shang dynasty, around 1500 BCE, Chinese brewers had developed sophisticated techniques for producing grain-based alcoholic beverages. Their approach differed fundamentally from Western brewing, however. Rather than relying on malting to convert starches to sugars, Chinese brewers developed the use of Brew, a starter culture containing molds, yeasts, and bacteria that could simultaneously saccharify grain starches and ferment the resulting sugars. This technique, still used today in the production of Chinese rice wines and spirits, represents an entirely independent solution to the biochemical challenge of grain fermentation. The resulting beverages, collectively termed jiu in Chinese, occupied a cultural position similar to beer in Mesopotamia and Egypt. They were offered to ancestors and gods. They accompanied diplomatic negotiations and sealed agreements. They marked celebrations and commemorated the dead. Archaeological excavations of Shang dynasty tombs have revealed elaborate bronze vessels specifically designed for warming and serving fermented drinks, indicating both the beverage's importance and the wealth devoted to their consumption. Greek and Roman attitudes, wine snobbery, and beer disdain. As brewing knowledge spread through the Mediterranean world, it encountered a cultural barrier that would shape European drinking habits for millennia. The wine-drinking civilizations of Greece and Rome. The ancient Greeks were aware of beer. They called it zythos, borrowing the Egyptian term, but they regarded it with something between indifference and contempt. Wine was the drink of civilization, of the symposium, of refined philosophical discourse. Beer was what barbarians drank. The playwright Sophocles reportedly dismissed beer-drinking peoples as uncivilized, and this attitude pervaded Greek culture. The Romans inherited and amplified Greek wine snobbery. Although beer was brewed and consumed in various parts of the Roman Empire, particularly in Egypt, which remained a major brewing center under Roman rule, and in the northern provinces where wine grapes would not grow, it never achieved respectability in Roman eyes. The historian Tacitus, describing the Germanic tribes beyond the Rhine, noted their beer-drinking habits with the same bemused condescension with which he described their other strange customs. This cultural divide had lasting consequences. The Mediterranean basin became wine country, its climate ideally suited to viticulture, and its cultural preferences reinforced by centuries of Greek and Roman influence. Northern Europe, where grapes struggled and grain thrived, remained beer country. The boundary between these zones, roughly following the Alps and extending through central France, would persist into the modern era. Yet even within the wine-drinking heartland, beer never entirely disappeared. Roman soldiers stationed in cold northern postings drank beer when wine was unavailable or unaffordable. Egyptian peasants continued brewing as they had for millennia. And in the final centuries of the Roman Empire, as Germanic peoples increasingly penetrated imperial territory, beer-drinking populations grew more numerous, even within the empire's borders. Celtic and Germanic brewing traditions. North of the Roman frontier, the Celtic and Germanic peoples maintained brewing traditions that would eventually form the foundation of European beer culture. These were not primitive or unsophisticated brews. They represented the accumulated knowledge of centuries of Northern European brewing, adapted to local grains and local tastes. The Celts, who dominated much of Western and Central Europe before Roman expansion, were enthusiastic brewers and drinkers. Greek and Roman observers described Celtic beer in terms ranging from curious to dismissive, but they acknowledged its importance in Celtic society. Feasting and drinking played central roles in Celtic social life, establishing bonds between warriors and chiefs, celebrating victories, and honoring the dead. Archaeological sites across the Celtic world have yielded drinking vessels, brewing equipment, and residue evidence of fermented beverages. The Germanic tribes east of the Rhine developed their own brewing traditions, documented in Roman accounts and confirmed by archaeology. Germanic beer was typically brewed from barley, wheat, or oats, whatever grain was available, and flavored with various herbs and botanicals. The specific mixture of flavoring agents, known as gruit, varied by region and represented closely guarded local knowledge. Before the widespread adoption of hops, gruit defined the character of Northern European beers. Drinking held profound social and religious significance in Germanic culture. The mead hall was the center of aristocratic life, where warriors gathered to feast, boast, and pledge loyalty to their lords. Toasts carried the weight of oaths. The shared drinking vessel passed from hand to hand, creating bonds of fellowship and obligation. When these peoples eventually overran the Western Roman Empire, they brought their drinking customs with them, and those customs would shape European culture for the next 1,000 years. Beer in ancient Africa, sorghum, and millet brews. The fall of Rome did not end brewing in Europe. Far from it. But it did disrupt the commercial and administrative structures that had organized economic life across the Mediterranean world. In the chaos of the early medieval period, as Germanic kingdoms rose and fell and urban populations contracted, brewing retreated from large-scale commercial production to smaller, more localized operations. Households brewed for themselves. Lords brewed for their retainers. And increasingly, monasteries brewed for everyone. Monasteries as centers of brewing excellence. The monasteries that spread across medieval Europe were not merely houses of prayer. They were economic enterprises, agricultural innovators, and repositories of knowledge in an age when literacy had become rare and learning precarious. Within their walls, monks preserved classical texts, developed new farming techniques, and maintained crafts that might otherwise have been lost. Among those crafts was brewing. The monastic brewing tradition emerged gradually over the early medieval centuries. The Rule of St. Benedict, composed around 530 CE, established guidelines for monastic life that would shape Western monasticism for the next millennium and beyond. While Benedict's rule did not specifically mandate brewing, it created conditions that made monastic breweries almost inevitable. Monks were expected to be self-sufficient, producing what they needed rather than depending on the outside world. They were expected to offer hospitality to travelers and pilgrims, and they were expected to observe periods of fasting during which solid food was forbidden, but liquids, including beer, were permitted. By the 8th and 9th centuries, brewing had become a standard feature of monastic life across much of Europe. Charlemagne's capitularies, administrative orders issued by the Frankish emperor, mention monastic brewing as an established practice. The Plan of St. Gall, a detailed architectural drawing from around 820 CE depicting an idealized monastery, includes not one, but 3 separate breweries, one for the monks themselves, one for distinguished guests, and one for pilgrims and the poor. The diagram shows malting floors, brewing vessels, and storage facilities, demonstrating that monastic brewing had already achieved considerable sophistication. Why monks became master brewers? The transformation of monks into Europe's preeminent brewers was not accidental. Several factors converged to make monasteries ideal environments for brewing excellence. First, the liturgical calendar created demand. The medieval church prescribed numerous fast days throughout the year, not merely the 40 days of Lent, but also Advent, Ember Days, and the vigils before major feasts. During these periods, which could total nearly half the year, monks abstained from meat and often from all solid food. Liquids, however, remained permissible. Beer, with its caloric content and nutritional value, became essential sustenance during fasting periods. The German saying, liquida non frangunt iunium, liquids do not break the fast, captured the theological reasoning, and monks exploited it thoroughly. Some monasteries produced especially strong, nutritious beers specifically for consumption during Lent, compensating through liquid calories for what they could not eat. Second, hospitality obligations created additional demand. Medieval monasteries served as hotels, hospitals, and hostels for a society with few other options for travelers. The Rule of St. Benedict commanded that guests be received as Christ himself, and this hospitality included providing food and drink. A large monastery might host dozens of visitors on any given night, pilgrims traveling to shrines, merchants seeking safe lodging, nobles and their retinues, wandering poor seeking charity. All required beer, and the monastery had to produce enough to meet these unpredictable demands. Third, brewing generated revenue. Monasteries needed income to support their religious activities, maintain their buildings, and provide charity to the poor. Selling surplus beer to the surrounding community provided a reliable revenue stream. By the High Middle Ages, some monasteries had become major commercial breweries, producing beer not merely for internal consumption and hospitality, but for sale in regional markets. Finally, monasteries provided the institutional continuity necessary for brewing knowledge to accumulate and improve. A secular brewer's knowledge might die with him, his techniques lost or imperfectly transmitted to the next generation. But monasteries persisted for centuries, maintaining written records and training successive generations of monk brewers. This institutional memory allowed for systematic experimentation and gradual improvement in ways that would have been difficult in more transient settings. The introduction of hops, no innovation, transformed medieval brewing more profoundly than the adoption of hops as a standard ingredient. The small, cone-shaped flowers of the hop plant, Humulus lupulus, would eventually become so identified with beer that modern drinkers assume hops have always been essential to brewing. But for most of beer's history, hops were unknown to brewers, and their widespread adoption was neither inevitable nor uncontested. Hops grew wild across much of Europe, and their use in brewing may have occurred sporadically for centuries before becoming systematic. The earliest clear documentary evidence of hop cultivation for brewing purposes comes from the Hallertau region of Bavaria in 736 CE, when a hop garden was donated to a monastery. By the 9th century, hop gardens were being established near monasteries across German-speaking lands, suggesting that monks had recognized the plant's value. What made hops so valuable? The flowers contain compounds called alpha acids that serve as natural preservatives, inhibiting bacterial growth and extending beer's shelf life. Before refrigeration, this was transformative. Unhopped beer spoiled quickly, within days in warm weather, limiting how far it could travel and how long it could be stored. Hopped beer lasted weeks or months, opening possibilities for long-distance trade and commercial distribution that had been impractical before. Hops also contributed bitterness that balanced the sweetness of malt, creating more complex flavor profiles. They added aromatic qualities, floral, herbal, citrusy notes depending on the variety, that distinguished hopped beer from its predecessors. And they clarified beer, helping proteins coagulate and settle out of the finished product. Hildegard of Bingen and the documentation of hops. The first detailed written account of hops' properties and uses in brewing comes from an unexpected source, a 12th century Benedictine nun whose interests ranged from theology to natural philosophy to music composition. Hildegard of Bingen, writing around 1150 CE in her medical and botanical text Physica, devoted a chapter to hops that demonstrates both practical brewing knowledge and medieval scientific thinking. She observed that hops, due to their bitterness, helped preserve beverages and prevented putrefaction. She noted that hops added to drinks made them last longer, while her theoretical framework, attributing these properties to the plant's dryness, according to medieval humoral theory, differs from modern biochemistry. Her practical observations were entirely accurate. Hildegard's writing confirms that German monasteries were actively using hops by the mid-12th century, and that the preservative properties of hops were already understood. Her text represents the earliest surviving detailed description of hop use in brewing and stands as evidence that medieval scholars, including women who are often overlooked in brewing histories, were systematically studying and documenting brewing practices. Gruit versus hops. The medieval flavoring wars. The triumph of hops was neither immediate nor uncontested. For centuries, European brewers had flavored their beers with Gruit, a mixture of herbs and botanicals that varied by region, but typically included bog myrtle, yarrow, wild rosemary, and various other plants. Gruit gave medieval beer distinctive flavors quite unlike modern hopped brews, often more complex, sometimes more medicinal, occasionally mildly psychoactive depending on the herbs employed. Gruit was more than a flavoring agent. It was an institution. In many regions, the right to produce and sell Gruit was a valuable monopoly held by local lords, bishops, or municipalities. These Gruitrecht holders controlled a choke point in the brewing process, extracting fees from every brewer who needed their product. The Gruit trade generated substantial revenue for those who controlled it, and they had every incentive to resist competition from hops. The transition from Gruit to hops thus involved not merely changing tastes, but shifting power structures. Brewers who adopted hops could bypass the Gruit monopoly, reducing their costs and increasing their independence. Gruit holders fought back through legal restrictions, attempting to mandate continued Gruit use or to tax hop cultivation so heavily as to eliminate its economic advantage. The struggle played out differently in different regions, but by the 15th century, hops had largely prevailed across Northern Europe. The victory of hops had consequences beyond flavor. Hopped beer traveled better, encouraging regional and eventually international trade. The Gruit monopolists' defeat weakened one form of economic control, contributing to broader shifts in medieval commerce. And the herbs that had once flavored beer, some of them genuinely medicinal, others mildly intoxicating, faded from brewing tradition, leaving hops as the near universal bittering and preserving agent they remain today. The rise of commercial brewing in medieval towns. As medieval Europe recovered from the disruptions of the early post-Roman period, towns grew and commerce revived. By the 11th and 12th centuries, a new class of urban brewers had emerged, operating on a commercial basis that complemented and eventually challenged monastic brewing dominance. Medieval towns needed beer. Their populations had grown beyond what household brewing could supply, and urban workers lacked the space and equipment to brew for themselves. Commercial breweries emerged to meet this demand, producing beer for sale to taverns, households, and individual customers. These urban brewers were craftsmen and business people, not monks. They brewed for profit rather than piety. The relationship between commercial and monastic brewing varied by time and place. In some regions, monasteries retained their brewing dominance, selling surplus production to townspeople and using their tax exemptions as religious institutions to undercut secular competitors. In other regions, commercial brewers gained strength and pushed back against monastic competition, lobbying for restrictions on monastery sales or for the removal of clerical tax advantages. The tension between these two brewing sectors would persist for centuries. Commercial brewing also meant increased specialization. A monastery might brew as one activity among many, with monks rotating through brewing duties alongside farming, copying manuscripts, and performing liturgical obligations. A commercial brewer focused on brewing alone, developing expertise through concentrated practice. This specialization encouraged innovation and efficiency improvements that would accumulate over generations. Guild systems and brewing regulations. As commercial brewing grew, so did efforts to regulate it. Medieval guilds, associations of craftsmen who controlled entry into their trades and set standards for practice, emerged across European industries, and brewing was no exception. The centuries between 1400 and 1700 witnessed transformations that reshaped European society, and, with it, the world. The Renaissance rediscovered classical learning and sparked new modes of inquiry. The printing press democratized knowledge. Religious reformation shattered the unity of Western Christendom. Explorers and colonizers carried European civilization and European beer to continents previously unknown to them. Commerce expanded, capital accumulated, and the foundations of modern capitalism emerged. Through all these changes, brewing evolved from a medieval craft into an early modern industry, setting patterns that would persist into the industrial age. The printing press spreads brewing knowledge. Before Johannes Gutenberg's development of movable type printing around 1440, brewing knowledge passed primarily through oral tradition and hands-on apprenticeship. Written brewing instructions existed, but manuscripts were expensive to produce and limited in circulation. A brewer's expertise lived in his hands and his memory, vulnerable to loss with each generation. The printing press changed this calculus fundamentally. For the first time, brewing knowledge could be recorded, reproduced, and distributed widely. Technical manuals describing brewing processes appeared in increasing numbers throughout the 16th century. Regional variations in technique could be compared and evaluated. Innovations could spread beyond their points of origin. The impact was gradual but profound. Printed brewing guides helped standardize practices that had previously varied unpredictably from brewer to brewer. They enabled aspiring brewers to learn from accumulated, written wisdom rather than relying solely on local masters. They facilitated the spread of hop cultivation techniques, yeast management practices, and equipment designs. The same technology that helped spark the Protestant Reformation by spreading Luther's writings also helped professionalize and systematize brewing. Early printed brewing texts reveal both the sophistication and the limitations of period knowledge. Authors described malting, mashing, boiling, and fermentation in careful detail, passing along practical wisdom accumulated over generations. Yet, they could not explain why these processes worked. The underlying science remained opaque. Fermentation was understood as something that happened, not as something caused by specific biological agents. This empirical knowledge, without theoretical foundation, characterized brewing until the scientific breakthroughs of the 19th century. Early scientific understanding of fermentation. The Renaissance and early modern period saw the first systematic attempts to understand fermentation scientifically, even as complete understanding remained centuries away. The Flemish physician and chemist Jan Baptist van Helmont, working in the early 17th century, made crucial contributions. He coined the term gas to describe the vapors released during fermentation, what we now know as carbon dioxide, and recognized that these emanations represented something chemically distinct from ordinary air. Van Helmont's work represented an early step toward understanding fermentation as a chemical process rather than a mysterious transformation. Other investigators approached fermentation through different lenses. Some saw it through the framework of alchemy, seeking to understand the transformation of sweet wort into intoxicating beer as analogous to other alchemical transmutations. Others applied emerging mechanical philosophies, attempting to explain fermentation through the interaction of particles or corpuscles. None of these approaches yielded correct answers, but they represented genuine attempts to bring fermentation within the domain of natural philosophy. The microscope, developed in the late 16th and early 17th centuries, would eventually prove crucial to understanding fermentation, but not yet. Antony van Leeuwenhoek, peering through his hand-ground lenses in the 1670s, observed what he called animalcules in various substances, including fermenting beer. He saw yeast cells without recognizing their significance. The connection between these microscopic organisms and the fermentation process would not be established for another 2 centuries. The Reinheitsgebot of 1516. On April 23, 1516, Duke Wilhelm IV of Bavaria promulgated a decree that would become the most famous brewing regulation in history. The Reinheitsgebot, literally purity order, specified that beer could be made only from barley, hops, and water. Yeast was not mentioned, as its role remained unknown. It would be added to the official formulation only centuries later. The Reinheitsgebot drew upon the medieval regulatory tradition discussed in the previous chapter, consolidating and standardizing rules that had developed piecemeal across Bavarian territories. Its motivations were multiple and interwoven. Consumer protection mattered. The regulation aimed to prevent brewers from adulterating beer with cheaper or potentially dangerous ingredients. Grain policy mattered as well. By restricting brewing to barley, the decree reserved wheat and rye for bread making, ensuring food supplies for the population. And revenue mattered, as standardized production facilitated taxation. The immediate impact of the Reinheitsgebot was limited to Bavaria. Other German territories maintained their own regulations, and brewing practices varied considerably across the fragmented political landscape of the Holy Roman Empire. Only with German unification in 1871 would the Reinheitsgebot extend to all German brewing, and even then exceptions persisted for certain regional styles. Yet the cultural significance of the Reinheitsgebot would grow over centuries. It became a symbol of German brewing tradition, a source of national pride, and a marketing tool emphasizing purity and quality. Whether the regulation actually produced better beer, a contested question, mattered less than its symbolic power. The Reinheitsgebot represented an ideal of brewing purity that would influence attitudes toward beer far beyond Bavaria's borders. Colonial expansion brings beer to the Americas. European exploration and colonization transformed the global map in the 15th and 16th centuries, and wherever Europeans went, beer followed. Spanish conquistadors brought brewing knowledge to the Americas, though wine remained the prestige beverage of Spanish colonial culture. The first European brewery in the New World was likely established in New Spain, modern Mexico, in the 1540s. These early colonial breweries produced beer primarily for European settlers who found indigenous fermented beverages unfamiliar and unsatisfying. The indigenous peoples of the Americas had their own fermented traditions, of course. Chicha, made from maize, had been brewed in South America for millennia. Pulque, fermented from agave sap, was central to Mesoamerican culture. These beverages represented independent discoveries of fermentation comparable to those made in the Old World, but European colonizers generally dismissed them as primitive, preferring to import or recreate familiar European-style beers. The Dutch, establishing their presence in North America with the colony of New Netherland, brought particularly strong brewing traditions. The Dutch West India Company established a brewery on Manhattan Island in 1632, making it among the earliest commercial brewing operations in what would become the United States. Dutch brewing expertise would influence American beer culture long after New Amsterdam became New York. Early American brewing, from pilgrims to colonial taverns, the English colonists who arrived at Plymouth in 1620 faced many hardships, and among them was the lack of beer. The Mayflower's stores had been depleted during the voyage, and the colonists' journal records their distress at being forced to drink water, a situation they regarded as both unpleasant and dangerous. Establishing a reliable beer supply ranked among the early priorities of colonial settlement. Colonial American brewing developed along pragmatic lines. Barley cultivation proved difficult in many areas, leading colonists to experiment with alternative grains, corn, wheat, rye, and alternative fermentables, including pumpkins, persimmons, and maple sap. The resulting beers bore little resemblance to English ales, but they served the essential functions of providing safe hydration and modest intoxication. By the late 17th century, commercial brewing had established itself in the major colonial cities. Boston, New York, and Philadelphia all supported multiple breweries producing ale for local taverns and households. The colonial tavern occupied a central place in American social life. It was meeting place, news exchange, political forum, and drinking establishment combined. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and other founders would frequent taverns throughout their careers, conducting business and politics over tankards of ale. The quality of colonial American beer was, by most accounts, indifferent. Skilled brewers were scarce, ingredients inconsistent, and equipment often makeshift. Imported English beer commanded premium prices precisely because it was reliably better than local production. This quality gap would persist for generations, shaping American attitudes toward domestic versus imported beer well into the 20th century. Dutch and English brewing innovations. While the Americas developed their colonial brewing traditions, European brewing continued to evolve. The Dutch Republic and England, both emerging as major commercial and maritime powers, became centers of brewing innovation. Dutch brewers achieved particular renown for their technical sophistication. The cities of Holland, Amsterdam, Delft, Haarlem supported substantial brewing industries, producing beer for domestic consumption and export. Dutch brewers pioneered improvements in malting technology, hop cultivation, and brewery design. They developed techniques for producing cleaner, more stable beers that traveled well, essential for a trading nation whose ships carried goods across the globe. English brewing underwent its own transformations. The definitive victory of hops over traditional unhopped ale, largely complete by the 16th century, created new possibilities for commercial brewing. English brewers developed distinctive styles suited to local tastes and conditions. Strong ales, mild ales, and the various regional variations that would eventually give rise to the bewildering taxonomy of British beer styles. The relationship between English and Dutch brewing was complex, involving both competition and exchange. English brewers learned from Dutch techniques, while Dutch capital sometimes funded English brewing enterprises. Flemish and Dutch immigrants had introduced hopped beer to England in the first place, and cross-channel influences continued throughout the early modern period. Rise of commercial brewing families. The early modern period saw the emergence of brewing dynasties, families that accumulated capital, expertise, and reputation over generations, building substantial business enterprises that would dominate regional beer markets. These brewing families represented a new model of beer production. Unlike the monastery breweries of the medieval period, which operated within religious frameworks and distributed profits according to ecclesiastical priorities, commercial brewing families were unambiguously capitalist enterprises. They invested in facilities and equipment, hired workers, developed brands, and sought to maximize profits. They married strategically, combining brewing operations through dynastic unions. They passed businesses from father to son, accumulating advantages over generations. The Whitbread, Truman, and Thrale families in England, the Heineken family in the Netherlands, various German brewing dynasties, these and others established operations during the early modern period that would grow into major enterprises over the following centuries. Some of these family names remain attached to brewing companies today, though the businesses have undergone countless transformations. For thousands of years, brewers had practiced their craft without understanding why it worked. They knew that certain procedures produced good beer and others did not. They knew that some batches succeeded mysteriously, while others failed inexplicably. They attributed fermentation to divine intervention, to vital forces, to the inherent properties of grain and water. The truth that microscopic organisms were doing the actual work remained invisible, literally beyond the reach of human perception. The period from 1700 to 1850 changed this fundamentally. Through the development of new instruments, new methods of measurement, and eventually new theoretical frameworks, brewers and scientists together lifted the veil on fermentation's mysteries. Brewing would never be the same. Antoine van Leeuwenhoek observes yeast cells. The story begins, appropriately, with an act of seeing. Antony van Leeuwenhoek, a Dutch draper and self-taught scientist, spent decades grinding his own microscope lenses and peering through them at everything he could find. His instruments were simple, single-lens magnifying devices rather than the compound microscopes that would come later. But his lenses were ground with exceptional precision, achieving magnifications that would not be surpassed for over a century. In the 1670s and 1680s, Leeuwenhoek examined samples of fermenting beer and observed what he described as small globular particles. He was looking at yeast cells, the first human being ever to see them. Yet Leeuwenhoek did not recognize what he had found. He noted the particles without understanding their significance, classifying them alongside the many other animalcules he observed in his explorations of the microscopic world. The connection between these globular particles and fermentation would not be established for nearly 200 years. Leeuwenhoek's observations were recorded and published, read by natural philosophers across Europe, and then largely forgotten by the brewing industry. The gap between scientific observation and practical application often spans generations, and this was no exception. Still, Leeuwenhoek's work established something crucial. Fermentation involved something visible, something physical, something that could be observed and potentially understood. The mystery had not been solved, but it had been given a form. Future investigators would return to those globular particles and eventually unlock their secrets. Early thermometers allow temperature control. While microscopy revealed the invisible world, another instrument revolution was transforming brewing practice. The thermometer. Temperature control matters enormously in brewing. Mashing, the process of mixing crushed malt with hot water to convert starches to sugars, works optimally within a narrow temperature range. Too cool, and the enzymes work slowly or not at all. Too hot, and the enzymes denature and lose their activity. Fermentation is similarly temperature sensitive, with different temperature ranges producing different flavor profiles and different rates of yeast activity. For millennia, brewers had managed temperature through experience and intuition. They judged water temperature by touch, by the behavior of steam, by timing how long water had been heating. Experienced brewers developed remarkable skill at this, but the method was inherently imprecise and impossible to communicate exactly. One brewer's strike heat was another's too hot. The development of reliable thermometers in the 18th century changed everything. Gabriel Fahrenheit's mercury thermometer, developed in the 1710s, provided a standardized scale that could be replicated across instruments and locations. For the first time, brewers could specify temperatures precisely. Strike the mash at 152 degrees, maintain fermentation at 65 degrees, store the finished beer at 45 degrees. The impact was transformative. Recipes could now include specific temperatures rather than vague descriptions. Quality became more consistent as temperature-dependent processes came under precise control. Training became easier as exact temperatures could be taught rather than felt, and troubleshooting became more systematic. If a batch failed, the brewer could check whether specified temperatures had actually been achieved. Michael Combrune, an English brewer, published The Theory and Practice of Brewing in 1762, one of the first brewing texts to incorporate thermometer-based temperature specifications throughout. Combrune's work demonstrated how scientific instrumentation could be integrated into traditional craft practice, pointing the way toward the systematic brewing science that would develop over the following century. The hydrometer revolution. If the thermometer controlled the inputs to brewing, the hydrometer measured the outputs. This simple instrument, a weighted float that sinks to different depths depending on a liquid's density, would revolutionize brewers' understanding of their craft. The principle was straightforward. Water has a specific density. Sugar solutions are denser than water, floating the hydrometer higher. Alcohol is less dense than water, allowing the hydrometer to sink lower. By measuring a liquid's density before and after fermentation, brewers could calculate how much sugar had been converted to alcohol, providing, for the first time, an objective measure of fermentation's progress and completeness. John Richardson, an English brewer, published Philosophical Principles of the Science of Brewing in 1784, systematically applying hydrometer measurements to brewing analysis. Richardson demonstrated that brewers could now quantify what they had previously only estimated. They could measure the sugar content of their wort, track fermentation day by day, and determine when fermentation was complete. They could compare the efficiency of different mashing techniques, evaluate different malt qualities, and optimize their processes based on data rather than guesswork. The hydrometer also exposed inefficiencies that traditional practice had obscured. Brewers discovered that they were extracting far less sugar from their malt than theoretically possible. They found that fermentation often stopped before all available sugar had been converted. These revelations drove process improvements that increased both efficiency and consistency. Perhaps most significantly, the hydrometer enabled meaningful communication between brewers. A specific gravity reading meant the same thing in London and Munich in 1790 and 1850. Recipes could specify target densities. Quality standards could be defined numerically. The brewing literature of the 19th century is filled with hydrometer readings, documenting a transformation in how brewers thought about and discussed their work. Gabriel Sedlmayr and the Munich Brewing School. The scientific approach to brewing found its most influential institutional home in Munich, where Gabriel Sedlmayr, the younger, transformed both his family brewery and the broader German brewing industry. Sedlmayr inherited the Spartan brewery from his father in 1839 and immediately set about applying scientific methods to every aspect of brewing. He traveled to England to study the advanced techniques of British brewers, an industrial espionage tour that would prove enormously consequential. Sedlmayr observed English malting methods, brewing equipment, and measurement practices, smuggling samples and drawings back to Bavaria in his overcoat and walking stick. What Sedlmayr brought back to Munich was not merely specific techniques, but a systematic, scientific approach to brewing. He installed thermometers and hydrometers throughout his brewery, maintaining detailed records of temperatures, densities, and outcomes. He experimented methodically, changing one variable at a time and documenting the results. He collaborated with scientists and engineers, seeking technical solutions to brewing problems. Sedlmayr's innovations extended beyond his own brewery. He helped establish a culture of scientific brewing in Munich that attracted students and visitors from across Europe. The Munich Brewing School, less a formal institution than a community of practice centered on Sedlmayr and his colleagues, became the model for scientific brewing education. aspiring brewers traveled to Munich to learn the latest techniques, then returned home to spread scientific methods through their own industries. The fruits of this approach would appear most dramatically in the development of lager brewing, discussed in the next chapter. But the broader legacy was methodological. Sedlmayr demonstrated that brewing could be approached as a science, with hypotheses tested through controlled experiments and improvements documented through precise measurement. Understanding of mashing chemistry develops. The application of scientific methods to brewing yielded increasingly sophisticated understanding of the chemical processes involved. Nowhere was this more apparent than in the study of mashing. Brewers had always known that soaking crushed grain in hot water produced a sweet liquid suitable for fermentation. They knew that temperature mattered, that time mattered, that the quality of the grain mattered, but they did not know why. The chemical transformations occurring in the mash tun remained mysterious. 19th century investigators gradually illuminated these processes. They discovered that malted grain contained enzymes, biological catalysts that the period scientists initially called diastases, capable of breaking down complex starches into simpler sugars. They established that these enzymes worked optimally at specific temperatures and were destroyed by excessive heat. They identified the different types of sugars produced during mashing and determined how each contributed to fermentation and flavor. This knowledge enabled increasingly precise control of the mashing process. Brewers learned to manipulate mash temperatures to produce worts with different sugar compositions, more fermentable sugars for drier beers, more complex sugars for sweeter ones. They developed multi-step mashing procedures, raising temperatures in stages to activate different enzyme systems sequentially. They optimized mash thickness, grain-to-water ratios, and mashing times based on scientific principles rather than tradition alone. The understanding remained incomplete by modern standards. The full biochemistry of malting and mashing would not be worked out until the 20th century, but the progress was remarkable. Within a few decades, mashing had transformed from mysterious alchemy to understood chemistry, amenable to systematic optimization and precise control. Louis Pasteur's work on fermentation. The greatest scientific breakthrough in brewing history came not from a brewer, but from a French chemist investigating problems in the wine and beer industries. Louis Pasteur. Pasteur's work on fermentation, conducted primarily in the 1850s through 1870s, definitively established that fermentation was caused by living microorganisms, specifically yeast. This seems obvious today, but was genuinely revolutionary at the time. The prevailing scientific view, championed by eminent chemists like Justus von Liebig, held that fermentation was a purely chemical process, a decomposition reaction catalyzed by unstable organic compounds. Yeast cells were present during fermentation, this view acknowledged, but they were products of the process rather than its cause. Pasteur demolished this theory through a series of elegant experiments. He demonstrated that fermentation occurred only in the presence of living yeast cells. He showed that sterilized wort, protected from contamination, would not ferment, but would ferment immediately upon introduction of yeast. He proved that different microorganisms produced different fermentation products. yeast produced alcohol, while bacteria produced acids and off-flavors. For brewers, Pasteur's work was transformative. It explained why some batches succeeded and others failed. Contamination by unwanted microorganisms could ruin fermentation even when brewing procedures seemed identical. It revealed why sanitation mattered and what specific practices promoted or prevented contamination. It pointed toward the possibility of controlling fermentation by controlling which organisms were present. Pasteur's 1876 book, Études sur la bière, Studies on Beer, applied his fermentation research specifically to brewing, providing practical guidance alongside theoretical explanation. The book circulated widely among brewers, translated into multiple languages, and helped establish the scientific framework that would guide brewing into the 20th century. Germ theory transforms brewing sanitation. Pasteur's fermentation research was part of his broader development of germ theory, the understanding that microorganisms cause disease, spoilage, and fermentation. This theoretical framework revolutionized brewing sanitation practices. The scientific understanding that developed in the previous century was, by itself, insufficient to transform brewing. Knowledge of yeast biology, temperature control, and mashing chemistry could improve individual batches, but it could not fundamentally alter the scale or economics of beer production. For that, technology was required. The machinery of the Industrial Revolution, adapted to brewing's specific needs. In the half-century between 1850 and 1900, that adaptation occurred with breathtaking speed, creating an industry that would have been unrecognizable to brewers just generations earlier. Steam power, mechanizers, brewing operations. The steam engine, that iconic driver of industrial transformation, arrived in brewing relatively early. James Watt's improved steam engine, developed in the 1760s, found applications in British breweries within decades. By the early 19th century, the largest London porter breweries had installed steam engines to power their operations, replacing the horses and human labor that had previously driven mills, pumps, and other machinery. Steam power transformed brewing in multiple ways. It made possible milling operations at unprecedented scale, crushing tons of malt per hour rather than the hundredweights that manual or horse-powered mills could manage. It powered pumps that moved liquids through increasingly large and complex brewery systems, eliminating the laborious manual work of carrying and pouring. It drove stirring mechanisms in mash tuns, cooling fans in malt houses, and various other mechanical operations throughout the brewing process. The porter breweries of London led the way. Barclay Perkins, Whitbread, and Truman's installed increasingly powerful steam engines, competing to operate at larger scales and lower unit costs. Their massive facilities, covering acres, employing hundreds of workers, producing millions of gallons annually, represented a new model of industrial brewing that would eventually spread worldwide. Steam power also enabled new brewing configurations. Traditional breweries had relied on gravity to move liquids through the process, requiring tall tower structures with successive operations arranged vertically. Steam-powered pumps freed breweries from this constraint, allowing more flexible horizontal layouts. This might seem a minor change, but it reduced construction costs, simplified maintenance, and enabled breweries to expand more easily. Refrigeration technology revolutionizes the industry. If steam power expanded what breweries could do, refrigeration expanded when they could do it. This was the technology that would prove most transformative for the industry and for the styles of beer that would dominate the 20th century. Brewing had always been constrained by temperature. Fermentation generates heat, and without cooling, summer fermentations became uncontrollably warm, producing off flavors and promoting bacterial contamination. Traditional brewing calendars reflected this reality. Most European brewing occurred during cooler months, with production suspended during summer. Lager brewing, which required extended cold conditioning, was geographically limited to regions with reliable access to natural ice and cold caves. Early efforts at artificial cooling used natural ice, harvested from frozen lakes and rivers during winter, and stored in insulated ice houses for use throughout the year. This ice trade became substantial. American ice was shipped as far as India, but it remained expensive, unreliable, and limited in capacity. A truly industrial-scale brewing industry required a better solution. Mechanical refrigeration experiments began in the early 19th century, with various inventors developing systems based on the compression and expansion of gases. These early machines were temperamental, inefficient, and frequently dangerous, but they worked, and they pointed toward possibilities that natural ice could never match. Carl von Linde and artificial refrigeration. The breakthrough came in the 1870s from a German engineering professor named Carl von Linde, whose work would earn him the nickname the father of refrigeration. Linde's path to refrigeration began with brewing. In 1871, Gabriel Sedlmayr the Younger, the Munich brewer who had pioneered scientific brewing methods, approached Linde seeking an improved cooling system for the Spaten brewery. Sedlmayr recognized that reliable refrigeration would transform lager brewing, freeing it from dependence on seasonal ice supplies and variable natural conditions. Linde threw himself into the problem, developing improved ammonia compression refrigeration systems through systematic engineering analysis. His machines were more efficient, more reliable, and safer than their predecessors. By 1876, Linde had established a company to manufacture refrigeration equipment, and breweries became his primary customers. The impact was immediate and dramatic. Breweries installing Linde refrigeration could produce lager beer year-round, regardless of external temperatures. They could control fermentation temperatures precisely, improving consistency and quality. They could expand into regions where natural ice was unavailable, breaking lager brewing's geographical constraints. Within 2 decades, artificial refrigeration had spread through the brewing industries of Europe and North America. The natural ice trade collapsed as mechanical systems proved superior in every dimension, and lager brewing, previously a regional specialty of Central Europe, began its conquest of world beer markets. Rise of lager, a style made possible by technology. Lager beer, fermented, cool, aged cold, and characterized by clean, crisp flavors, existed before industrial refrigeration. Bavarian brewers had produced lager for centuries, using mountain caves and ice-filled cellars to maintain the cold temperatures the style required. But this traditional lager production was inherently limited. Only breweries with access to natural cold storage could attempt it, and production capacities were constrained by available ice supplies. Refrigeration removed these constraints. Any brewer, anywhere, could now install cooling equipment and produce lager beer. The technology democratized a style that had previously been geographically restricted, setting the stage for lager's global triumph. Why did lager prove so successful? Multiple factors contributed. The style's clean flavor profile appealed broadly, lacking the complex esters and phenols that characterize traditional ales, and that some drinkers found off-putting. Lager's visual clarity and pale golden color, made possible by the combination of pale malt technology and cold conditioning, proved commercially attractive. The cold fermentation suppressed bacterial contamination, improving consistency and shelf life. And the style traveled well, maintaining quality through the extended distribution chains that railroads and steamships made possible. The scientific advances of the previous century contributed as well. Emil Christian Hansen, working at the Carlsberg Laboratory in Copenhagen, isolated the first pure lager yeast strain in 1883. Hansen's techniques allowed brewers to maintain pure yeast cultures, eliminating the contamination that had plagued traditional fermentation practices. His Carlsberg yeast strain, Saccharomyces carlsbergensis, now reclassified as Saccharomyces pastorianus, was shared freely with breweries worldwide, accelerating the spread of consistent, high-quality lager production. The Pilsner Revolution. The specific lager style that would conquer the world originated in Bohemia in 1842, when a Bavarian brewmaster named Joseph Groll produced the first batch of Pilsner beer at a citizen's brewery in the town of Plzeň. Pilsner represented a convergence of several technological and material advances. The very soft water of Plzeň, low in minerals that could produce harsh flavors, suited pale lager production perfectly. Moravian barley malted using new pale kilning techniques provided a clean, light-colored base. Saaz hops, grown in nearby Bohemian hop fields, contributed delicate, spicy floral bitterness. And Bavarian lager yeast, smuggled across the border according to brewing legend, provided the clean fermentation character the style required. The result was unprecedented, a beer that was pale golden, brilliantly clear, refreshingly bitter, and unlike anything most drinkers had experienced. The visual impact alone was remarkable. Previously, most beers had been brown or amber, served in opaque ceramic vessels. Pilsner demanded clear glassware to display its golden clarity, and glassmakers soon obliged with new designs. Pilsner's success was immediate and overwhelming. Within decades, brewers across Europe and North America were producing beers, Pilsner style, attempting to replicate Plzeň's famous product. The style proved infinitely adaptable. The basic formula of pale malt, continental hops, and lager yeast could be adjusted to local conditions and tastes while retaining the essential character. By 1900, golden lager had become the default conception of what beer should look like and taste like across much of the world. Railroad networks enable national distribution. The same transportation revolution that was transforming every other industry transformed brewing as well. Railroads, expanding rapidly across Europe and North America during the mid-19th century, made possible the distribution of beer over distances that would have been economically impossible just decades earlier. Before railroads, beer was inherently local. It spoiled too quickly and weighed too much to travel far by wagon. A brewery's market was limited to the distance a horse cart could travel before the beer went bad, perhaps 20 or 30 miles in most cases. This geographical constraint had shaped brewing for millennia, creating countless local brewing traditions and protecting small breweries from distant competition. Railroads shattered this protection. Beer could now travel hundreds of miles in a day, arriving fresh at distant markets. A brewery in Milwaukee could sell beer in Chicago, St. Louis, or even New York. A brewery in Burton-on-Trent could supply London pubs with fresh pale ale. A brewery in Copenhagen could export lager across Scandinavia and beyond. This distribution capability rewarded scale. A large brewery could spread its fixed costs across a wider market, achieving unit costs that smaller competitors could not match. The breweries that invested in railroad distribution grew. Those that did not increasingly struggled. The economic logic that would eventually produce global brewing conglomerates was already operating by 1880. Railroads also enabled new supply chains. Breweries could source materials from greater distances, importing specialty malts, procuring hops from distant growing regions, obtaining pure water by rail if local supplies were inadequate. The constraints that had shaped regional brewing traditions began to loosen as breweries gained access to materials previously unavailable to them. Glass bottles and crown caps, standardized packaging. While railroads solved the problem of transportation, brewers still faced the challenge of packaging. How do you get beer from the brewery to the consumer's glass? Traditionally, beer had been shipped in wooden casks and dispensed at taverns or public houses. Consumers bought beer by the measure, drinking it on premises or carrying it home in personal containers. This system worked for local distribution, but scaled poorly. Casks were expensive, required skilled coopers to maintain, and had to be returned to the brewery for refilling. They were also porous and admitted air, limiting how long the beer inside remained fresh. The industrial brewing capacity created in the previous decades demanded markets to match. Breweries capable of producing millions of barrels needed millions of customers, and finding them required new approaches to commerce. The 4 decades between 1880 and 1920 witnessed the emergence of modern beer marketing, the advertising, branding, and sales techniques that would shape consumer preferences for the next century. They also witnessed something else, a backlash against the industry's success, gathering momentum toward the most significant disruption American brewing would ever face. Beer advertising emerges as an industry. Before the late 19th century, breweries had marketed their products primarily through local reputation and direct relationships with tavern keepers. A brewery's quality was known to those who drank its beer. Formal advertising played little role. The expansion of distribution networks changed this calculus fundamentally. When a brewery sold beer to consumers hundreds of miles away who had no personal knowledge of its reputation, it needed other ways to communicate trustworthiness and quality. The result was an explosion of beer advertising. Breweries hired artists to create striking imagery for posters, signs, and promotional materials. They commissioned elaborate lithographs depicting their facilities, emphasizing scale and technological sophistication as proxies for quality. They distributed branded merchandise, trays, glasses, calendars, bottle openers. They kept their names before consumers' eyes. They sponsored events, supported local institutions, and cultivated civic relationships that generated goodwill and publicity. The advertising industry itself was maturing during this period, developing systematic approaches to reaching consumers. Newspapers and magazines provided new platforms for commercial messages. Outdoor advertising, billboards, painted building walls, illuminated signs, transformed urban landscapes. Advertising agencies emerged as specialized intermediaries between businesses and media outlets. Breweries were among the most enthusiastic adopters of these new techniques, spending lavishly to build consumer awareness. The content of beer advertising reflected period sensibilities. Imagery emphasized purity, quality, and heritage, reassuring consumers about products they could not evaluate directly. Pastoral scenes suggested natural ingredients and traditional methods, even as actual production became increasingly industrial. Images of well-dressed men enjoying beer in refined settings sought to elevate the beverage's social status. And everywhere, brewery names and logos appeared, establishing the brand identities that would become valuable commercial assets. Brand identity becomes crucial. The emergence of branded consumer products was a defining feature of the late 19th century economy, and beer participated fully in this transformation. Names that had previously served merely as identifiers, indicating which brewery had produced a particular barrel, became carefully cultivated brand identities with distinct personalities and market positions. Consider Budweiser. When Adolphus Busch introduced the brand in 1876, he was not merely naming a product, but creating an identity. The name evoked Budweiser, a bohemian brewing center renowned for quality lager, associating the American product with European prestige. The imagery, the eagle, the crown, the elaborate label design, communicated aspiration and achievement. The slogan, "King of Beers," introduced later, positioned the brand at the apex of the market. Every element was calculated to create impressions in consumers' minds that would translate into purchasing decisions. Other breweries pursued similar strategies with varying approaches. Schlitz claimed, "The beer that made Milwaukee famous," leveraging civic pride and establishing a narrative of success. Pabst won awards at international expositions and never let consumers forget it, eventually adopting Blue Ribbon as its brand name. German breweries emphasized heritage and purity. British breweries invoked tradition and craftsmanship. Each sought distinctive positioning in increasingly crowded markets. The investment in brand building was substantial and deliberate. Breweries understood that brand recognition represented a durable competitive advantage, difficult for competitors to replicate and valuable across economic cycles. A trusted brand could command premium prices and survive temporary quality problems. An unknown brand, however good its product, struggled to reach consumers at all. The economics of modern consumer marketing were becoming clear, and breweries were among the industries that understood them first. Colonial breweries established across empires. The same imperial expansion that reshaped global politics in the late 19th century reshaped global brewing. Wherever European powers established colonies, breweries followed, serving colonial administrators, soldiers, and settlers who demanded familiar beverages in unfamiliar lands. British brewers led the way. The Indian Pale Ale style had emerged decades earlier specifically to survive the long sea voyage to India, and British brewing operations expanded throughout the empire as the century progressed. Breweries established in India, Australia, South Africa, and other colonies initially served primarily European populations, but gradually developed local markets as well. German brewing influence spread through different channels. German brewers emigrated worldwide, carrying their expertise to wherever opportunity beckoned. They established breweries in Latin America, where German immigrant communities provided initial customers and the general population eventually followed. They brought lager brewing to East Asia, founding operations in China and Japan that would evolve into major regional players. Wherever German brewmasters went, they brought not merely recipes, but systematic approaches to brewing science and quality control. Other European brewing nations participated similarly. Dutch breweries expanded through the Netherlands' East Indian colonies. Belgian brewing influence spread through the Congo and other African territories. French brewing, while less globally prominent, established footholds in various French colonial possessions. The result was a global diffusion of European brewing traditions, adapted to local conditions and gradually indigenized over succeeding generations. These colonial breweries would eventually become the foundations of independent national brewing industries as empires dissolved during the 20th century. The brands established during the colonial period, many still recognizable today, would persist through political transformations. Their European origins gradually obscured as they became identified with their local markets. German brewing dominance and global influence. Among European brewing nations, Germany occupied a position of particular dominance during this period. German beer, German brewing science, and German brewmasters set standards against which others measured themselves. The prestige of German brewing rested on multiple foundations. German beers, particularly Bavarian lagers and Bohemian pilsners, enjoyed widespread reputation for quality and consistency. German brewing science, centered on institutions in Munich, Berlin, and elsewhere, led the world in technical understanding. German brewing education produced graduates who found employment worldwide, carrying German methods and standards wherever they worked. The influence extended to brewing regulations. The Reinheitsgebot extended to all of unified Germany in 1871, became an internationally recognized symbol of quality commitment. German emphasis on ingredient purity and process control established expectations that influenced brewing standards in other countries. Even where German regulations did not apply directly, German prestige lent authority to similar purity claims. German immigrants founded many of the major American brewing operations, as discussed previously, but German influence extended beyond the enterprises Germans owned directly. American breweries hired German-trained brewmasters, purchased German brewing equipment, and adopted German production methods. The American lager style that came to dominate the market was fundamentally a German product, adapted to American conditions, but recognizably descended from Bavarian and Bohemian origins. This German dominance would prove vulnerable to political disruption. The nationalist passions unleashed by World War I would transform German brewing's reputation from asset to liability, with consequences explored later in this chapter. American brewing's immigrant foundations. The American brewing industry that reached its pre-Prohibition peak in the early 20th century was fundamentally an immigrant creation. German immigrants dominated, but they were not alone. Bohemians, Dutch, Irish, and others contributed to an industry whose ethnic character shaped everything from production methods to consumption patterns. The statistics are striking. Of the major American brewing operations active in 1900, the overwhelming majority had been founded by German immigrants or their immediate descendants. Anheuser-Busch, Pabst, Schlitz, Miller, Coors, Stroh's, Yuengling. The roster of major American brewers reads like a German-American immigrant directory. These founders brought not merely brewing knowledge, but cultural assumptions about beer's place in daily life, expectations that shaped how they produced and marketed their products. The immigrant character of American brewing had commercial implications. Breweries initially served primarily their own ethnic communities, producing beers familiar to recent arrivals. As these communities grew and assimilated, breweries expanded their reach, adapting products to appeal to broader American tastes while retaining ethnic identities that connoted authenticity and quality. The tension between ethnic heritage and mass-market appeal would characterize American brewing throughout this period. It also had political implications, as would become devastatingly apparent. The association between brewing and German-American identity made the industry vulnerable when anti-German sentiment surged during World War I. Temperance advocates, who might have struggled to demonize an industry perceived as authentically American, found it easier to target one associated with a foreign enemy. The tied house system and vertical integration. As brewing operations scaled up, they increasingly sought to control their distribution channels. The result was the tied house system, arrangements through which breweries owned or controlled the taverns and saloons that sold their beer. The logic was straightforward. A brewery that owned its retail outlets could guarantee market access regardless of competitive pressure. It could ensure that its beer was served properly, stored correctly, and presented favorably. It could capture retail margins as well as production profits. And it could prevent competitors from reaching consumers through the same channels. Tied houses took various forms. Some breweries purchased taverns outright, operating them as wholly owned subsidiaries. Others provided loans, equipment, or other support to nominally independent operators in exchange for exclusive dealing arrangements. Still others used lease structures, licensing fees, or other mechanisms to achieve similar control. The specific arrangements varied by jurisdiction, but the effect was similar. Major breweries controlled large networks of retail outlets bound to sell their products exclusively. The tied house system contributed to industry consolidation. Breweries with extensive tied house networks enjoyed distribution advantages that independent competitors could not match. At midnight on January 17, 1920, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution took effect, and the legal production of beer in America ceased. An industry that had produced over 60 million barrels annually, that had employed hundreds of thousands of workers, that had built some of the largest industrial facilities in the nation. All of it was suddenly criminal enterprise. What followed was not merely a disruption, but a transformation, one whose effects would shape American brewing for the rest of the century and beyond. The 18th Amendment and the Volstead Act. The constitutional amendment itself was brief. After 1 year from the ratification of this article, the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors within, the importation thereof into, or the exportation thereof from the United States and all territory subject to the jurisdiction thereof for beverage purposes is hereby prohibited. The Volstead Act, passed over President Wilson's veto in October 1919, provided the enforcement framework. It defined intoxicating liquors as any beverage containing more than 0.5% alcohol by volume, a standard so stringent that it criminalized not just spirits and full-strength beer, but also most wine and even some fermented foods. The Act established penalties, authorized enforcement agents, and created the administrative apparatus that would attempt, with varying success, to make America dry. The impact on the brewing industry was immediate and devastating. The day before Prohibition took effect, more than 1,100 breweries operated in the United States. The day after, none could legally produce their primary product. Some closed immediately, liquidating assets and dismissing workers. Others scrambled to find alternative uses for their facilities and expertise. Still others planned to wait out what they hoped would be a brief constitutional experiment. That hope proved unfounded. Prohibition would last nearly 14 years, long enough to destroy most of the businesses that had waited, to scatter the workforce that had staffed the industry, and to disrupt the transmission of brewing knowledge across a generation. How American breweries survived. Of the more than 1,300 breweries operating in 1920, only a handful survived to resume beer production in 1933. Those that did found creative, sometimes desperate ways to keep their facilities operating and their organizations intact. Near beer, malt beverages with alcohol content reduced below the 0.5% threshold offered the most direct path to survival. The production process was essentially identical to regular beer until the final step, when alcohol was removed through heating or other methods. The resulting product was legal, technically beer-like, and universally acknowledged to be inferior. Near beer sold poorly, mocked by consumers who compared it to the real thing and found it wanting. But it kept breweries operating, workers employed, and equipment maintained. Malt syrup represented another survival strategy. breweries could legally produce concentrated malt extract, ostensibly for baking and food production. That much of this syrup was actually used by home brewers to produce illegal beer was something manufacturers officially knew nothing about. The cans of malt syrup sold in grocery stores often included helpful suggestions. Do not add yeast, as this will cause fermentation, that served as instructions for exactly that purpose. Anheuser-Busch, Pabst, and other major breweries maintained significant malt syrup operations throughout Prohibition. Some breweries diversified into entirely unrelated products. Anheuser-Busch produced ice cream using refrigeration equipment that would otherwise have sat idle. Coors manufactured malted milk. Yuengling produced ice cream and operated a dairy. These sidelines rarely generated profits comparable to beer production, but they provided revenue streams that helped businesses survive until legal brewing could resume. Other breweries found institutional customers who could legally obtain alcohol. Hospitals used beer as a nutritional supplement for patients. Religious organizations required wine and, in some cases, beer for sacramental purposes. These legal channels were narrow, but they provided some legitimate demand for brewing output. Bootlegging and the criminal beer trade. Legal near beer and malt syrup could not satisfy American demand for actual beer. Into this gap stepped criminal enterprises that would transform American organized crime. Bootlegging operations ranged from small-time home producers selling to neighbors to sophisticated criminal syndicates controlling production and distribution across entire regions. The economics were attractive. Beer could be produced cheaply, sold at premium prices inflated by illegality, and consumed by a public that had never accepted Prohibition's legitimacy. The profits funded criminal organizations that would persist long after Prohibition ended. Some illegal beer came from converted legitimate breweries, their equipment repurposed for criminal production. More came from improvised operations, clandestine breweries in warehouses, basements, and rural locations, often producing beer of inconsistent and sometimes dangerous quality. Enforcement was sporadic and frequently corrupt. Prohibition agents were poorly paid and easily bribed, and the political will to enforce unpopular laws was often lacking. The beer that reached consumers through illegal channels varied enormously in quality. Some was produced with genuine brewing expertise by operators who had worked in legitimate breweries before Prohibition. Much was inferior product, rushed to market without proper fermentation, or contaminated by unsanitary conditions. Consumers had no quality assurance, no recourse for bad product, and no way to know what they were actually drinking. The criminal networks that Prohibition fostered would outlast the law that created them. Names like Al Capone became famous through bootlegging operations, but the organizational structures, distribution networks, and corruption pipelines they built proved adaptable to other illicit businesses. Prohibition's legacy in American organized crime persisted for decades. Home brewing goes underground. While commercial bootlegging operated on an industrial scale, millions of Americans produced beer for personal consumption in their own homes. Home brewing had been legal before Prohibition, taxed in theory, but rarely enforced against small-scale domestic production. Prohibition made it explicitly illegal, but enforcement against individual households was effectively impossible. The Volstead Act's allowance of malt syrup sales enabled home brewing to flourish. A household could purchase malt extract, add water and yeast, wait a week or two, and produce drinkable if undistinguished beer. The equipment required was minimal: a crock or bucket, bottles, simple measuring tools. Instructions circulated through word of mouth, printed pamphlets, and the helpful non-instructions on malt syrup cans. Home brewing quality varied enormously. Some home brewers developed genuine skill, producing beers that compared favorably with pre-prohibition commercial products. Many more produced adequate but unremarkable beverages that served the basic purpose of providing alcohol. Still others made mistakes that resulted in undrinkable failures, or occasionally dangerous products contaminated by bacteria or wild yeasts. The cultural impact of widespread homebrewing was significant. Millions of Americans who had previously been mere consumers of beer gained direct experience with production. They learned, at least at a basic level, what brewing involved. This democratization of brewing knowledge would prove important decades later, when the craft beer revolution drew on a population with dormant but real brewing experience. Effects on brewing knowledge and equipment. Prohibition's 14 years inflicted lasting damage on American brewing knowledge and infrastructure. The skilled workers who had staffed pre-prohibition breweries dispersed to other industries, retired, or died. The apprenticeship systems that had transmitted craft knowledge collapsed. The equipment that had represented decades of capital investment deteriorated, was repurposed, or was sold for scrap. The knowledge loss was particularly severe. Brewing expertise resided largely in human memory and hands, the tacit knowledge of experienced brewmasters who knew how their specific equipment behaved, how their local water affected their beer, how to adjust processes for seasonal variations. This knowledge could not be preserved in manuals or blueprints. It existed only in practice. When that practice ceased for 14 years, much of this expertise was lost forever. Some brewmasters emigrated to countries where brewing remained legal, taking their expertise abroad. Others found employment in related industries: baking, yeast production, food science, where their skills had some application. Still others retired or changed careers entirely. By 1933, the cohort of experienced American brewmasters had thinned dramatically. Equipment deterioration compounded the knowledge loss. Brewing equipment requires maintenance, and idle equipment deteriorates. Copper vessels oxidized, wooden equipment dried and cracked, mechanical systems seized. Even breweries that had maintained skeleton operations found their equipment degraded when full production resumed. The combined effect was that the American brewing industry of 1933 could not simply resume where it had left off in 1920. It had to rebuild, not from scratch, but from a diminished base of knowledge, equipment, and organizational capacity. Prohibition's end and industry restructuring. By the early 1930s, prohibition had been discredited. Crime had flourished rather than diminished. Tax revenues that had flowed from legal alcohol had disappeared, particularly painful during the Depression. Public opinion had shifted decisively against the experiment, and political pressure for repeal had become irresistible. The 21st Amendment, repealing the 18th, was ratified on December 5, 1933. For the first time in American history, a constitutional amendment had been reversed. Beer had actually become legal earlier that year, in April, when Congress amended the Volstead Act to permit beverages up to 3.2% alcohol by weight, close enough to full-strength beer that most Americans celebrated the effective end of Prohibition months before the constitutional amendment was finalized. The industry that re-emerged bore little resemblance to its pre-Prohibition predecessor. Of the more than 1,100 breweries that had operated in 1920, fewer than half reopened in 1933 and 1934. Many of these struggled and failed within a few years, lacking the capital, expertise, or market position to compete effectively. By the end of the 1930s, the number of American breweries had fallen below 700 and continued declining. The survivors were predominantly the largest pre-Prohibition operations, the national brands with sufficient resources to have maintained some organizational continuity through the dry years. Anheuser-Busch, Pabst, Schlitz, and a handful of others emerged from Prohibition, positioned to dominate the restructured industry. The regional and local breweries that had once characterized American brewing largely did not return. Post-Prohibition consolidation accelerates. The consolidation that had begun before Prohibition accelerated dramatically after repeal. The forces driving concentration, economies of scale in production and distribution, advertising costs that rewarded large operations, capital requirements that smaller firms could not meet, operated even more powerfully in the post-Prohibition environment. The Depression complicated recovery. Consumer purchasing power was limited, and beer, though relatively inexpensive, competed for scarce discretionary spending. Price competition was intense, favoring larger breweries that could spread fixed costs across greater volumes. Smaller operations struggled to achieve the unit costs necessary for profitable operation. Distribution presented particular challenges. The tied house system that had characterized pre-Prohibition brewing was explicitly banned in most states as a condition of repeal. The three-tier system, mandating separation between breweries, distributors, and retailers, created new distribution challenges and costs. Establishing relationships with the new independent distributors required resources and expertise that not all breweries possessed. The brewing industry that emerged from World War II operated under an economic logic that seemed to point in only one direction: bigger. Economies of scale in production, distribution, and especially marketing rewarded size and punished smallness. The trajectory that had begun before Prohibition and accelerated afterward now reached its culmination. Over 25 years, the American brewing industry transformed from a business of hundreds of regional competitors into an oligopoly dominated by a handful of national giants. Similar consolidation occurred worldwide. By 1975, it appeared that brewing's future belonged entirely to the corporations that could operate at continental scale. Television advertising transforms beer marketing. No single factor drove consolidation more powerfully than television. The medium that reshaped American culture in the 1950s and 1960s reshaped the economics of beer marketing with equal force. Television advertising operated at national scale. A commercial broadcast during a popular program reached millions of viewers simultaneously from coast to coast. This was fundamentally different from previous advertising media. Newspapers and billboards reached local audiences. Radio had achieved national reach, but without visual impact, and even national magazine advertising lacked television's combination of sight, sound, and mass simultaneity. For breweries, the implications were transformative. A regional brewery, no matter how excellent its beer or how loyal its local customers, could not afford to advertise on national television. The cost per viewer made no sense when most viewers lived outside the brewery's distribution area. Only truly national breweries, selling beer from Maine to California, could justify national television advertising costs. And once those national breweries began advertising heavily, they created brand awareness that regional competitors could not match. The numbers tell the story. In 1947, the 10 largest American breweries spent a combined $27 million on advertising. By 1960, Anheuser-Busch alone was spending more than that. By 1975, the major brewers were spending hundreds of millions annually, with television absorbing the majority of those budgets. This advertising created brand recognition, brand preference, and ultimately brand loyalty that smaller competitors could not overcome. The content of beer advertising evolved to exploit the medium's visual capabilities. Early television beer commercials often resembled radio spots with pictures, announcer-driven descriptions of product qualities. As advertisers grew more sophisticated, they developed imagery-heavy approaches that associated beer with desirable lifestyles, social success, and emotional satisfaction. The product itself became secondary to the feelings it supposedly provided. National brands dominate over regional breweries. The combination of television advertising and improved distribution created market dynamics that systematically favored national brands over regional competitors. In 1950, the American beer market remained substantially regional. While national brands existed, most beer was still produced and consumed locally or regionally. A brewery in Milwaukee sold primarily in Wisconsin and neighboring states. A brewery in St. Louis served the Midwest. A brewery in San Francisco supplied the West Coast. These regional operations had loyal customer bases, established distribution networks, and competitive cost structures within their territories. By 1975, this regional structure had largely collapsed. National brands, Budweiser, Miller, Schlitz, Pabst, sold everywhere, their distribution networks spanning the continent, their advertising visible in every American living room. Regional brands that had thrived for generations found themselves squeezed between national competitors with superior marketing resources and the inexorable economics of scale. The pattern repeated across regions. In the Northeast, regional breweries like Ballantine, Ruppert and Rheingold declined and eventually disappeared. In the Midwest, once home to dozens of local and regional breweries, the landscape consolidated around the Milwaukee and St. Louis giants. On the West Coast, regional operations gave way to national brand dominance. Everywhere, the story was the same. Local breweries closing, regional brands fading, market share concentrating among the largest national players. Some regional breweries survived by finding niches. Yuengling in Pennsylvania, Anchor in San Francisco, a handful of others. But these were exceptions proving the rule. The mainstream beer market had become national, and national meant big. The big three emerge in America. By the mid-1970s, 3 breweries had emerged as the dominant forces in American brewing: Anheuser-Busch, Miller, and Coors. These companies would compete intensely with each other for the next several decades, while collectively crushing smaller competitors. Anheuser-Busch, the largest of the 3, had built its dominance through decades of aggressive expansion. The Budweiser brand, backed by massive advertising investment and relentless distribution expansion, had become the best-selling beer in America. The company's St. Louis headquarters directed operations that spanned the nation, with brewing facilities strategically located to minimize shipping costs and maximize freshness. Miller Brewing Company, owned by Philip Morris since 1969, brought tobacco industry marketing expertise to beer. The company's relaunch of Miller Lite in 1975 would prove transformative for the entire industry. But even before that, Miller had demonstrated willingness to invest heavily in marketing and distribution to gain market share. Coors occupied an unusual position. Based in Colorado, the company had long maintained mystique by limiting distribution to western states. Coors' single massive brewery in Golden produced all the company's beer, which developed cult status in regions where it wasn't available. The company's eventual national expansion, beginning in the mid-1970s, would test whether regional mystique could translate to national success. Together, these 3 companies would account for a growing share of American beer sales throughout the period, a share that would continue expanding for decades. The competitive dynamics among them would shape American brewing, but their collective dominance would shape it more. Light lager becomes default. American beer style. The consolidation of the brewing industry coincided with and reinforced the homogenization of American beer styles. The diversity that had characterized pre-Prohibition brewing had already diminished. The post-war period completed its elimination. By 1975, American beer meant, for practical purposes, one thing: pale, light-bodied, mildly flavored lager. The major brands differed in marketing and minor nuances of flavor, but they were fundamentally similar products: clean, crisp, inoffensive, designed to appeal to the broadest possible audience while offending the fewest possible palates. This style had historical roots in American brewing's German immigrant origins and in the adaptations made to appeal to diverse American tastes. The widespread use of corn and rice adjuncts, ingredients that lightened body and flavor, predated both Prohibition and the consolidation era. But the post-war period intensified and accelerated these tendencies. The economics of mass marketing favored blandness. A strongly flavored beer would appeal intensely to some consumers while repelling others. A mildly flavored beer might inspire less passion, but would achieve broader acceptance. When success meant selling to the largest possible market, the logic pointed toward the least common denominator. The major brewers competed within this narrow stylistic range, emphasizing marginal differences while maintaining fundamental similarity. Advertising might claim one brand was born to be different or brewed according to superior methods. But blind taste tests frequently revealed that consumers could not distinguish between major brands. The competition was primarily in marketing, not in product. Shipping improvements enable national distribution. The national distribution networks that enabled national brands to dominate depended on continued improvements in transportation infrastructure and technology. The Interstate Highway System, authorized in 1956 and progressively completed over the following decades, created a national road network optimized for freight transportation. Beer that had once traveled by rail could now move by truck, with greater flexibility in routing and scheduling. Trucking proved particularly advantageous for brewery distribution, enabling direct delivery to retailers without the transshipment costs and delays of rail. Refrigerated transportation improved throughout the period. While mechanical refrigeration had existed since the late 19th century, its application to trucking advanced significantly in the post-war decades. Cold chain logistics enabled beer to maintain quality across continental distances, arriving at distant retailers as fresh as it left the brewery. Container shipping revolutionized international trade, and while beer was not a major containerized commodity, the broader improvements in logistics infrastructure benefited beer distribution along with everything else. The same ports, warehouses, and transportation networks that moved other goods moved beer more efficiently as well. These improvements benefited large breweries disproportionately. National distribution networks involved substantial fixed costs, fleet management, warehouse facilities, sales organization that could be spread across larger volumes more efficiently. A brewery selling 50 million barrels annually could achieve distribution costs per barrel that a regional brewery selling 5 million barrels could not match. The infrastructure improvements that made national distribution possible also made it advantageous only for breweries operating at national scale. Small breweries close at accelerating rates. The statistics of consolidation are stark. In 1950, approximately 350 brewing companies operated in the United States. By 1960, the number had fallen below 230. By 1970, it was under 50. By 1978, it would bottom out at 89, the lowest number in American history, representing an industry that had been home to thousands of breweries just a century earlier. Each closed brewery represented the end of a tradition, often stretching back generations. Family businesses that had survived prohibition found themselves unable to survive the competitive pressures of the consolidation era. Brands that had been local favorites disappeared or were acquired by national brewers who typically discontinued them after extracting whatever residual value remained. The closure pattern revealed the dynamics at work. Small local breweries lacking economies of scale in production and unable to afford significant advertising, closed first. Mid-sized regional breweries held on longer, but progressively lost market share to national brands until closure or acquisition became inevitable. Even substantial regional operations, breweries producing millions of barrels annually, found themselves unable to compete with the handful of giants whose scale advantages compounded year after year. The human cost accompanied the business statistics. Brewery workers lost jobs, often in communities where the brewery had been a major employer for generations. Suppliers who had served local breweries lost customers. The economic ecosystems that had surrounded regional brewing operations contracted as those operations disappeared. Can technology advances? While larger forces shaped market structure, smaller innovations changed how consumers interacted with beer. Can technology advance significantly during this period, improving convenience and expanding consumption occasions? The pull-tab can, introduced in 1962, eliminated the need for separate can openers. Previously, canned beer required a church key opener, a small tool that punctured triangular holes in the can lid. Pull tabs allowed consumers to open cans with one hand, without tools, anywhere. The convenience was significant, enabling beer consumption in settings where carrying an opener would have been inconvenient. The forces that had driven brewing toward consolidation and homogenization seemed irresistible. Economies of scale, television advertising, national distribution, consumer taste preferences trained on bland uniformity. Everything pointed toward a future dominated by a handful of global corporations producing interchangeable products. But human beings are not purely economic actors, and some of them wanted something that industrial brewing could not provide. From this desire, against all apparent logic, a revolution emerged. Fritz Maytag revives Anchor Brewing. The craft beer revolution has many origin points, but one stands out. An heir to a washing machine fortune, walking into a failing San Francisco brewery in 1965 and deciding, against all business sense, to save it. Fritz Maytag had no brewing experience. He was a Stanford graduate from a wealthy Iowa family, living in San Francisco and frequenting a North Beach bar that served Anchor Steam beer. When he learned that Anchor Brewing was about to close, the latest casualty of consolidation, he bought a controlling stake on impulse, initially viewing it as little more than an expensive hobby. What Maytag found at Anchor was a brewery in decline, but with something precious, an authentic American brewing tradition. Anchor Steam, a style unique to California, had been brewed since the Gold Rush era. It was a hybrid beer, lager yeast fermented at ale temperatures, that had developed in response to San Francisco's particular conditions. No other brewery in America made anything like it. Maytag spent years learning the craft, studying brewing science, and upgrading Anchor's antiquated facilities. Progress was slow, losses mounted, and the enterprise seemed unlikely to succeed. But Maytag persisted, driven by passion rather than profit calculations. By the early 1970s, Anchor had stabilized. By the mid-1970s, it was producing distinctive, high-quality beer that bore no resemblance to industrial lager. More importantly, Maytag demonstrated that small-scale brewing could survive in the modern economy. His success, modest in commercial terms but enormous in its influence, inspired others to attempt what he had achieved. Anchor brewing became a beacon, proof that alternatives to industrial beer were possible. The legalization of home brewing in the United States. While Maytag was reviving Anchor, thousands of Americans were brewing beer illegally in their homes. The Volstead Act had prohibited home brewing, and that prohibition had somehow survived Prohibition's repeal, an oversight that Congress finally corrected in 1978. The legislation, signed by President Carter, allowed households to produce up to 100 gallons of beer annually for personal consumption without paying federal excise tax. The change was almost an afterthought, tucked into a bill primarily concerned with other matters. Few predicted its significance. Legalization transformed home brewing from furtive hobby to open enthusiasm. Home brewing supply shops could now operate without ambiguity about their customers' intentions. Books and magazines dedicated to home brewing appeared. Clubs formed, enabling brewers to share knowledge, compare results, and push each other toward improvement. Competitions established standards of excellence and identified talented brewers. The population of home brewers grew rapidly through the late 1970s and 1980s, creating a reservoir of people who understood brewing at a practical level and who had developed tastes beyond industrial lager. Some of these home brewers would become professional brewers, founding craft breweries that drew on skills developed in kitchens and garages. Others became knowledgeable consumers, providing the market for craft beer that aspiring commercial brewers needed. Home brewing also preserved and revived brewing knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. Enthusiasts researched historical styles, tracked down obscure recipes, and attempted to recreate beers that had not been commercially brewed in generations. This historical recovery would inform craft brewing as it developed, connecting new brewers with traditions that industrial consolidation had interrupted. Jack McAuliffe and New Albion Brewing. If Fritz Maytag demonstrated that a historic brewery could be revived, Jack McAuliffe demonstrated something arguably more significant, that a new brewery could be created from nothing. McAuliffe was a Navy veteran who had developed a taste for flavorful beer while stationed in Scotland. Returning to California, he found American beer intolerable and began home brewing. His beers were good enough that friends encouraged him to go commercial. In 1976, he founded New Albion Brewing Company in Sonoma, California, the first new microbrewery in America since Prohibition. New Albion operated on a shoestring. McAuliffe built much of his equipment from salvaged dairy machinery and repurposed containers. His brewery was tiny, producing just a few hundred barrels annually. Distribution was minimal, local bars and restaurants, a few retail accounts. The operation was precarious from the start. Yet New Albion proved something important. A small, independent brewery producing distinctive beer could exist in the modern American market. The beer itself, an amber ale, a stout, a porter, offered flavors that major breweries had abandoned. People who tasted New Albion's products discovered what beer could be, beyond industrial lager. New Albion ultimately failed, closing in 1982 after years of financial struggle. McAuliffe lacked the business skills and capital resources to sustain the operation, but his failure was more influential than many successes. Dozens of craft brewers would later cite New Albion as their inspiration, the enterprise that showed them what was possible. The brewery's equipment was purchased by Mendocino Brewing, which continued producing beer in the New Albion tradition. The flame McAuliffe had lit was passed to others who could carry it further. Sierra Nevada, Boston Beer Company, and early pioneers. The late 1970s and 1980s saw a wave of new craft breweries founded by entrepreneurs who had seen what Anchor and New Albion had attempted and believed they could do something similar or better. Sierra Nevada Brewing Company, founded in 1980 by Ken Grossman and Paul Camusi in Chico, California, would become the most successful of these early pioneers. Grossman had operated a home brewing supply shop before deciding to brew commercially. Like McAuliffe, he built much of his initial equipment himself, but Grossman proved a more capable businessman. Sierra Nevada's Pale Ale, hopped aggressively with American Cascade hops, established a new flavor template that would define American craft brewing. The company grew steadily, reinvesting profits in expanded capacity while maintaining quality and independence. Boston Beer Company, founded by Jim Koch in 1984, pursued a different model. Koch, a business consultant with a family brewing heritage, launched Samuel Adams Boston Lager as a premium alternative to imports. Rather than building his own brewery initially, Koch contracted production to established facilities, a capital-efficient approach that allowed rapid scaling. Koch proved a masterful marketer, entering and winning competitions, generating publicity, and positioning Samuel Adams as American craft beer's public face. The company's success demonstrated that craft beer could achieve significant scale without abandoning its identity. Other pioneers emerged across the country. Anchor's influence was visible at Sierra Nevada and others in California. The Pacific Northwest developed its own craft brewing scene, with Red Hook in Seattle and Widmer Brothers in Portland among the early entries. Boulder Brewing in Colorado, Yakima Brewing in Washington, Manhattan, Brewing in New York, each represented someone's belief that small-scale, distinctive brewing could find a market. These early craft breweries shared certain characteristics: founders passionate about beer quality, willingness to sacrifice profit margins for distinctive products, and determination to persist despite the apparent irrationality of competing against giants. They also shared challenges: limited capital, distribution difficulties, consumer unfamiliarity with their products, and the constant pressure of operating at scales where fixed costs weighed heavily. The campaign for real ale in Britain. While American craft brewing emerged from the wilderness of industrial homogeneity, British beer lovers faced a different but related crisis: the threatened extinction of cask-conditioned ale. Traditional British ale was served from casks, undergoing final fermentation and conditioning in the cellar of the pub where it would be consumed. This real ale required skill to handle properly, had a limited shelf life and varied from pub to pub and cask to cask. The large brewing conglomerates that had come to dominate British brewing found this variability inconvenient. They preferred filtered, pasteurized keg beer, consistent, stable, and much easier to manage. By the early 1970s, real ale seemed destined for extinction. The Campaign for Real Ale, founded in 1971 by 4 journalists concerned about the trend, became the most successful beer consumer organization in the world. CAMRA combined advocacy, education, and consumer activism. It published guides identifying pubs that served real ale. It organized beer festivals, celebrating traditional styles. It lobbied against policies that threatened small breweries and traditional methods. And it created a community of enthusiasts who valued beer quality and brewing tradition over convenience and consistency. CAMRA's success demonstrated something important. Consumer movements could push back against industrial consolidation. The organization's advocacy helped preserve traditional British brewing practices that might otherwise have disappeared. It created market demand for products that big breweries had dismissed as obsolete. And it provided a model for beer activism that would influence movements elsewhere. American craft brewers and enthusiasts drew inspiration from CAMRA, though the American context differed. Britain had living traditions to preserve. America had to recreate traditions that had been destroyed. But the underlying insight was the same. Beer could be more than industrial commodity, and organized consumers could support alternatives to corporate dominance. The microbrewery movement gains momentum. Through the 1980s, the trickle of new craft breweries became a stream. The number remained small relative to the overall beer market, measured in dozens, then hundreds, while major breweries numbered fewer than 50. But the growth rate was remarkable. The brewpub concept, combining brewing with a restaurant or bar, proved particularly important. Brewpubs reduced the distribution challenge that plagued standalone craft breweries, since beer was sold on premises rather than shipped to retailers. They created destinations where consumers could try distinctive beers in appealing settings. They provided brewers with immediate feedback on their products. And they generated food revenue that helped sustain brewing operations through difficult early years. Regulatory changes supported the brewpub model. Many states had prohibited combined brewing and retail operations, remnants of post-prohibition rules designed to prevent tied house arrangements. Through the 1980s and into the 1990s, reformers successfully lobbied to permit brewpubs, opening the door for entrepreneurs across the country. The craft brewing movement developed regional concentrations. The West Coast, particularly California, Oregon, and Washington, became the heartland of American craft brewing, a pattern reflecting the region's innovative culture, its established wine industry's acceptance of premium beverages, and the early examples set by Anchor and New Albion. Colorado emerged as another center. The Northeast, with its educated, affluent populations and European connections, supported craft beer growth as well. The transformation happened so gradually that many didn't notice until it was complete. What began as a scattered rebellion of homebrewers and idealistic entrepreneurs had become, by the mid-2000s, an undeniable force in American drinking culture. Craft beer had crossed an invisible threshold from curiosity to credibility, from hobby to industry, from counterculture to something approaching the mainstream. The numbers told part of the story. Hundreds of new breweries opening each year, double-digit growth rates that defied broader economic trends, tap handles multiplying in bars that had never before considered alternatives to the usual light lagers. But statistics alone couldn't capture the cultural shift underway, the way beer was being reconceived as something worthy of the attention Americans had long reserved for wine. This was the era when craft brewing discovered its identity and its contradictions. The same years that saw unprecedented creativity and expansion also planted the seeds of conflicts that would define the industry's future. Questions of authenticity, ownership, and what it truly meant to be craft in an increasingly consolidated marketplace. Success, it turned out, brought complications that scrappy upstarts had never anticipated when they were simply trying to make better beer. The Great Multiplication. The brewery count in America, which had languished below 100 through most of the 20th century, began climbing with startling velocity. By 1995, more than 1,000 breweries operated across the country, a number not seen since before Prohibition. The milestone passed without much fanfare, perhaps because those involved sensed this was merely a waypoint. By 2000, there were nearly 1,500. By 2010, over 1,700. Each number represented not just a business, but a vision, a community, a particular interpretation of what beer could be. The geographic spread was equally remarkable. States that had gone decades without a single craft brewery suddenly had dozens. Colorado emerged as an unexpected heartland. Its combination of pure mountain water, outdoor recreation culture, and libertarian-leaning politics proving particularly hospitable to brewing entrepreneurs. Oregon and Washington continued their Pacific Northwest dominance, with Portland achieving perhaps the highest per capita concentration of breweries of any major American city. Even regions historically loyal to the major domestic brands, the Midwest, the South, parts of the Mountain West, began developing their own brewing scenes. The pattern often followed a similar trajectory. A local enthusiast would start home brewing, become obsessed, convince friends and family to invest in modest equipment, and open a small operation, often a brew pub, where food sales could subsidize the learning curve of commercial brewing. If the beer proved popular, distribution would expand tentatively at first, then more aggressively. Some of these ventures failed within their first few years, victims of undercapitalization, inexperience, or simply beer that wasn't good enough to justify the premium price. Others found their footing and grew, adding fermentation tanks, hiring staff, perhaps opening a dedicated production facility separate from their original taproom. Europe watched this American phenomenon with a mixture of bemusement and belated recognition. Countries with far longer brewing traditions had paradoxically lost much of their diversity during the 20th century's consolidation wave. Germany, despite its Reinheitsgebot and reverent brewing culture, had seen the number of independent breweries decline steadily. Britain's real ale movement had preserved cask conditioning, but hadn't sparked the stylistic experimentation flourishing across the Atlantic. Belgium remained a repository of historic brewing traditions, but showed relatively little interest in innovation beyond those traditions. The shift began tentatively. In Britain, a new generation of brewers started looking to American craft beer for inspiration rather than simply maintaining camera-approved traditions. Italian entrepreneurs, mostly without any brewing heritage to speak of, began opening craft breweries that drew as much from American influence as from Belgian or German models. Scandinavia proved particularly receptive, with Denmark's Mikkeller and Norway's Nøgne Ø pioneering an approach that embraced American-style, hop-forward brewing while incorporating distinctly Nordic sensibilities. IPA ascendant. If craft beer needed a signature style, a calling card that distinguished it from mainstream lagers, India Pale Ale emerged to fill that role with aggressive, aromatic conviction. The trajectory was improbable. In the early 1990s, IPA was a historical footnote, a style that had effectively disappeared during the 20th century's race toward lighter, less demanding beers. By 2010, it dominated craft beer sales, inspired countless variations, and had become shorthand for the entire movement. The American interpretation of IPA bore only glancing resemblance to its 19th century British ancestor. Where traditional English IPA had been about hop bitterness, balanced by substantial malt character, the American version pushed hops to the foreground with almost evangelical fervor. The development of new American hop varieties proved crucial. Cascade, first released in 1972, offered citrus and floral notes foreign to English hop traditions. Centennial, Chinook, Columbus, and later Simcoe, Amarillo, and Citra expanded the palate further, providing grapefruit, pine, mango, passion fruit, and a dozen other flavor impressions that earlier generations of brewers couldn't have imagined extracting from Humulus lupulus. Sierra Nevada's Pale Ale had introduced American drinkers to Cascade hops in 1980, but the style remained relatively restrained by later standards. Anchor Liberty Ale offered somewhat more hop intensity. The true progenitors of American IPA came from smaller operations willing to push further. Blind Pig IPA from Vinnie Cilurzo, first brewed at Blind Pig Brewing in Temecula, California, later at Russian River. Stone IPA, with its aggressive bitterness, and Stone Brewing's confrontational marketing. And Lagunitas IPA, with its somewhat more accessible approach. The escalation followed what might have been predictable logic in a culture that rewarded boldness. If IPA was good, double IPA, also called Imperial IPA, must be better. Vinnie Cilurzo's Pliny the Elder, released in 2000, became the cult beer that launched 1,000 imitators. At over 8% alcohol and packed with hops layered through multiple additions during the brewing process, Pliny demonstrated that extreme hop character could be achieved without the harsh, astringent qualities that had plagued earlier attempts at very hoppy beer. The technique of dry hopping, adding hops after fermentation to extract aroma without additional bitterness, became standard practice, with some breweries adding 3, 4, or 5 separate dry hop additions to a single batch. Triple IPAs followed, then versions that seemed to exist primarily to test the limits of how much hop material could be crammed into liquid. Not all of these experiments produced drinkable results. The arms race occasionally veered into self-parody, with bitterness levels that overwhelmed rather than enhanced the beer. But the competitive pushing of boundaries also yielded genuine innovations in hop usage and yeast selection that would influence brewing well beyond the IPA category. Regional variations emerged. West Coast IPA, exemplified by Stone and Russian River, emphasized dry, clean fermentation profiles that allowed hop character maximum expression. East Coast interpretations, particularly from breweries in Vermont and later New England, began moving toward hazy, fuller-bodied versions with reduced bitterness and amplified tropical fruit aromatics, the style that would later be codified as New England IPA, though its full flowering came after 2010. The IPA phenomenon was self-reinforcing. Bars and restaurants, seeing strong sales, allocated more tap lines to the style. Breweries, responding to demand, devoted more tank space to IPA production. Beer enthusiasts, encountering IPA as their introduction to craft beer, often developed palates that expected and preferred its intense flavor profile. Critics worried that other styles were being crowded out, that the diversity craft brewing promised was being sacrificed on the altar of hop supremacy. These concerns weren't entirely wrong, but they underestimated how IPA's popularity would fund the experimentation that eventually revived interest in other styles. The Extreme Frontier IPA represented one vector of escalation, but brewers in this period pushed outward in multiple directions simultaneously. The term extreme brewing entered the vocabulary, championed most vocally by Sam Calagione of Dogfish Head, brewing in Delaware. Calagione's approach treated brewing as creative adventure, each new beer an opportunity to challenge conventions about what ingredients belonged in the kettle and what styles deserved exploration. Dogfish Head's lineup read like dispatches from a brewing laboratory. Midas Touch recreated an ancient beverage based on residue analysis from King Midas's tomb, a combination of grapes, honey, and barley that defied easy categorization. Theobroma drew on chemical analysis of ancient Honduran pottery to approximate a pre-Columbian chocolate beer. The 120-minute IPA pushed hop additions to their logical extreme, continuously hopping throughout the entire boil, rather than adding hops at discrete intervals. Palo Santo Marron, aged in exotic wood barrels. Ingredients that would have seemed absurd in brewing contexts just years earlier. Chicory, juniper, raisins, dates, grapes, honey appeared with increasing frequency. Other breweries followed related paths with their own emphases. Stone Brewing cultivated an aggressively counterculture image with gargoyle imagery and marketing copy that mocked timid beer drinkers. Rogue Ales in Oregon built an identity around unconventional ingredients and packaging. Boston Beer's Jim Koch continued his program of brewing extremely high alcohol beers that aged for years before release, culminating in Utopias, a barrel-aged concoction reaching nearly 30% alcohol that bore closer resemblance to fortified wine than traditional beer. The barrel aging movement represented another dimension of craft beer's extreme ambitions. While bourbon barrel aging of beer dated back at least to the late 1980s, the 1990s and 2000s saw the practice expand dramatically in scope and sophistication. Goose Island's Bourbon County Stout, first brewed in 1992 to commemorate the brewpub's 1000th batch, pioneered the approach and would eventually become the gold standard against which other barrel-aged stouts were measured. The beer spent varying periods in Heaven Hill bourbon barrels, picking up vanilla, coconut, caramel, and wood tannin notes that transformed the base imperial stout into something far more complex than the sum of its parts. Other breweries experimented with different barrel sources: wine barrels, brandy barrels, rum barrels, barrels that had previously held other beers. Some began blending batches from different barrel types or different ages, approaching the complexity of Solera systems used in sherry production. The time dimension extended as well, with some beers spending multiple years in wood, developing flavors that required patience most commercial breweries hadn't traditionally possessed. Sour and wild fermented beers represented perhaps the most radical departure from modern brewing orthodoxy. Conventional brewing practice treated Brettanomyces and Lactobacillus as contaminants to be excluded at all costs. Belgian lambic producers and a handful of traditionalists had maintained wild fermentation practices, but these represented curiosities more than trends. American craft brewers began intentionally introducing these organisms, sometimes in controlled conditions, sometimes by allowing ambient fermentation in cool ships exposed to the open air. The decade opened with craft beer riding a wave of momentum that showed no signs of cresting. Brewery counts climbed toward numbers that would have seemed fantastical just years earlier: 4,000, 5,000, eventually surpassing 7,000 operating breweries in the United States alone. Growth rates that would have delighted any industry continued year after year, each new record promptly superseded by the next. The movement that had started in garages and renovated warehouses had become a genuine economic force, reshaping not just drinking habits, but real estate markets, tourism patterns, and the competitive strategies of the world's largest beverage corporations. Yet, the very success that validated craft beer's promise also complicated its identity. The major brewing conglomerates, having watched from the sidelines through craft's adolescence, now moved aggressively to acquire, imitate, and co-opt. The boundaries between craft and crafty, between authentic independence and corporate simulation, became contested terrain. Consumers who had chosen craft beer partly as a rejection of corporate consolidation found themselves navigating an increasingly murky landscape where ownership structures were obscured and authenticity claims required verification. This was also the decade when American craft influence spread definitively worldwide, when new styles emerged and old certainties dissolved, when the taproom model transformed brewery economics, and when the first serious questions arose about whether the industry had reached saturation. By the time the decade approached its end, craft beer occupied a different position in the cultural landscape, more established, more institutionalized, perhaps less countercultural than its founders had imagined. The revolution had become, In many ways, the new normal, the world catches up. American craft beer's international influence, already evident by 2010, accelerated into something approaching global transformation over the following decade. What had been scattered outposts of American influence brewing in select countries became a genuine worldwide movement, adapting American innovations to local conditions while developing distinctive regional expressions. The British craft beer scene underwent its most significant evolution since Camera's founding. The new generation of British brewers looked less to traditional cask ale than to American hop-forward styles, creating what came to be called craft keg, a category that would have been heretical to real ale purists just years earlier. Brewdog, founded in Scotland in 2007 by James Watt and Martin Dickey, embodied the new approach with aggressive marketing, punk aesthetics, and beers that owed more to American IPA than to British bitter. The company's trajectory from tiny startup to international expansion, complete with equity crowdfunding and confrontational publicity stunts, presaged dynamics that would characterize craft brewing worldwide. The Scandinavian scene that had emerged in the previous decade continued its creative development. Mikkeller expanded its gypsy brewing model into a global network of collaborations and branded taprooms. Swedish breweries like Omnipollo pushed further into territory where beer approached dessert. Ice cream stouts, pastry-inspired concoctions, heavily fruited and sweetened creations that traditionalists viewed with suspicion, but that commanded fervent followings. The regional style, if it could be called that, emphasized creativity and boundary pushing over adherence to established categories. Southern European craft beer matured considerably. Italy's scene, having started essentially from scratch, developed sophisticated breweries producing world-class examples across multiple styles. Birrificio Italiano, Birra del Borgo, and others demonstrated that countries without brewing traditions could nevertheless develop brewing excellence. Spain's craft movement, slower to develop, began accelerating in Madrid and Barcelona. Portugal, Greece, and smaller Mediterranean markets followed similar, if more modest, trajectories. Eastern Europe presented different dynamics. Countries with strong industrial brewing traditions, the Czech Republic, Poland, Germany, proved somewhat resistant to American-style craft disruption. Czech brewers, guardians of Pilsner's birthplace, viewed hoppy American ales with skepticism when they considered them at all. Germany's Reinheitsgebot, while increasingly honored in the breach, still constrained stylistic experimentation and reinforced traditional approaches. Yet even these markets saw craft incursions, small breweries challenging orthodoxies, consumers developing tastes for styles their parents had never encountered. The Asian craft beer expansion accelerated dramatically. China, despite representing the world's largest beer market by volume, had been dominated by light industrial lagers with little flavor distinction. American-style craft beer arrived initially through expatriate communities in Shanghai, Beijing, and other major cities, then spread to Chinese consumers seeking markers of cosmopolitan taste. Breweries like Boxing Cat in Shanghai and Great Leap in Beijing established footholds, though the market remained tiny relative to the country's population. Japan's Jibiru scene continued maturing, with breweries achieving quality levels that competed with international benchmarks. South Korea, Taiwan, and Vietnam all developed nascent craft scenes oriented largely toward American stylistic models. Australia and New Zealand moved from promising emergence to genuine maturity. Stone and Wood in Byron Bay, Four Pines in Sydney, Garage Project in Wellington. Each developed distinctive identities while drawing on the broader craft playbook. The Australian emphasis on refreshing, sessionable styles, suited to hot climate drinking, coexisted with more ambitious offerings targeting enthusiast audiences. New Zealand's hop-growing industry, producing distinctive varieties like Nelson's Sauvin and Motueka, gave local brewers terroir-based differentiation. Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East remained more limited markets, constrained by economic factors, regulatory environments, or religious prohibitions. But even in these regions, craft beer found footholds. In Mexico City and Sao Paulo, in South African cities, in the more liberal Gulf states. The pattern repeated, a globally connected beer culture spreading American innovations while adapting to local tastes and conditions. The crafty problem. As craft beer's success became undeniable, the major brewing corporations faced a strategic choice: compete against craft through their own innovations, acquire successful craft brands, or both. They chose both, with acquisition proving the more consequential approach. The wave of purchases that followed Goose Island's 2011 sale reshaped the competitive landscape. Anheuser-Busch InBev proved most aggressive, building what it called the high end, a portfolio of former craft breweries operated with varying degrees of independence. Blue Point Brewing of Long Island followed Goose Island in 2014. 10 Barrel Brewing of Oregon came next, then Elysian of Seattle, Golden Road of Los Angeles, Four Peaks of Arizona, Breckenridge of Colorado. Each acquisition provoked outcry from enthusiast communities and raised fresh questions about what craft beer meant when owned by the world's largest brewing corporation. The rationale from the acquiring side was straightforward. Craft beer represented a growth segment in an otherwise stagnant or declining beer market. Building craft brands organically would take years and might fail. Acquiring established breweries provided immediate access to proven products, experienced personnel, and loyal customer bases. The acquired breweries gained capital for expansion, access to distribution networks, and the backing of sophisticated marketing operations. Critics saw something more troubling. The acquisitions threatened to hollow out craft beer's meaning by maintaining surface appearances, the same brands, often the same brewers, while fundamentally changing the underlying enterprise. A consumer choosing Blue Point or Elysian might believe they were supporting an independent small business when their money actually flowed to a multinational conglomerate. The craft signifier was being appropriated by exactly the corporate interests craft beer had defined itself against. The term crafty emerged to describe this phenomenon. Beers that looked and talked like craft but lacked the ownership independence that many considered definitional. The category included not just acquired formerly craft brands, but also craft-style offerings developed internally by major brewers. Miller Coors launched Blue Moon, a Belgian-style wheat beer without prominent corporate branding. Many consumers assumed it came from an independent craft operation. Shock, Top, Anheuser-Busch's similar offering occupied comparable conceptual space. The 10th and Blake Beer Company, Miller Coors' craft and import division, assembled a portfolio designed to compete in premium segments without the transparency consumers might have expected. The opacity was deliberate. Focus group research consistently showed that consumers responded more positively to craft imagery and independent associations than to corporate branding. The incentive, therefore, was to obscure ownership as much as possible, to benefit from craft's authenticity associations while capturing corporate efficiencies. Packaging rarely mentioned parent-company relationships. Marketing emphasized heritage, craftsmanship, and local roots while omitting the multinational ownership that actually controlled the enterprise. Consumer advocacy efforts tried to expose these relationships. The Brewers Association maintained and publicized lists of breweries owned by major corporations. Websites and apps emerged to help consumers identify ownership structures at point of purchase. But the information asymmetry persisted. A casual consumer grabbing a six-pack had neither the tools nor the inclination to research corporate genealogies. The mega merger. The competitive pressures driving craft acquisitions reflected broader consolidation dynamics that culminated in the largest brewing merger in history. In 2016, Anheuser-Busch InBev completed its acquisition of SAB Miller, creating a company that controlled roughly a third of the world's beer production. The combined entity, operating across more than 50 countries with hundreds of brands, dwarfed all competitors in scale and resources. The merger's path to completion illustrated both the global nature of modern brewing and the regulatory complexity that such combinations entailed. Antitrust authorities in multiple jurisdictions scrutinized the deal, requiring divestitures to address competition concerns. In the United States, SAB Miller's joint venture stake in Miller Coors was sold to Molson Coors, creating a new number 2 competitor. European regulators extracted other concessions. The Chinese government imposed conditions related to the combined company's operations there. The resulting entity, still operating under the Anheuser-Busch InBev name, possessed resources that dwarfed not just individual craft breweries, but the entire American craft segment combined. Its marketing budgets exceeded the total revenues of thousands of small breweries. Its distribution relationships shaped what products could access retail shelves and tap handles. Its purchasing power gave it advantages in acquiring ingredients, equipment, and real estate that smaller competitors couldn't match. For craft brewing, the mega merger intensified dynamics already underway. The consolidated giant had even stronger incentives to acquire craft brands that could deliver growth the mature macro segments couldn't provide. The power imbalance in distribution negotiations grew more pronounced. Access to key retail accounts became more difficult for truly independent breweries, competing against a corporation with resources to offer discounts incentives, and marketing support beyond their reach. The craft response combined competitive adaptation with rhetorical resistance. Independent breweries emphasized their ownership status as a point of differentiation. Marketing increasingly highlighted local ownership, community investment, and the contrast between small-scale production and corporate homogenization. The strategic question, whether to compete primarily on beer quality or on ownership authenticity, divided the craft community along lines that would persist throughout the decade. The virus arrived without warning, spreading through populations before most people understood the threat. By March 2020, what had seemed like a distant news story became an immediate, overwhelming reality. Cities locked down, restaurants closed, bars went dark. The gathering places that craft beer had spent decades building, the tap rooms and brew pubs, the festivals and events, the shared tables where strangers became friends over pints, emptied overnight. For an industry built on conviviality, the pandemic posed an existential challenge. Craft beer had always been about more than the liquid in the glass. It was about the experience of drinking together, the community that formed around local breweries, the social rituals that gave beer meaning beyond mere refreshment. When those rituals became impossible, when proximity itself became dangerous, the foundations of craft brewing's appeal suddenly looked fragile. What followed was a period of improvisation, adaptation, and loss. Some breweries didn't survive. Others reinvented themselves in ways that would have seemed improbable just months earlier. The pandemic accelerated trends already underway while introducing new uncertainties. When the immediate crisis eventually receded, the industry that emerged was recognizably connected to what had come before, but also fundamentally changed. The years since have brought their own challenges and opportunities. Competition from new beverage categories, reckoning with long-standing inequities, confrontation with environmental realities that brewing had long taken for granted. The craft beer industry of the mid-2020s faces a landscape more complex and uncertain than anything its founders imagined when they started making beer in garages and warehouses decades ago. The shutdown. The speed of the collapse was stunning. In the first weeks of March 2020, as the severity of the pandemic became clear, government orders forced the closure of on-premises service at bars, restaurants, and tap rooms across the country. The timing was particularly cruel. Just as spring approached and patio season promised renewed traffic, the doors slammed shut. The impact fell unevenly across the industry. Breweries that had built their businesses around distribution weathered the initial shock better than those dependent on taproom sales. A brewery selling kegged beer to bars and restaurants saw the channel evaporate, but could potentially pivot to packaged retail sales. A taproom-focused operation, by contrast, lost its entire revenue stream overnight. The business model that had seemed so advantageous, capturing full margin on direct sales, avoiding distribution battles, became a liability when direct sales became impossible. Draft beer, in particular, faced catastrophic disruption. The kegs that had been shipped to bars and restaurants couldn't be sold to closed establishments. The beer in those kegs, much of it with limited shelf life, spoiled in place. Breweries found themselves dumping beer they couldn't sell. The visual spectacle of liquid flowing down drains, capturing something of the moment's waste and uncertainty. Estimates suggested hundreds of millions of dollars in draft beer went unsold in the pandemic's first months. The financial mechanisms that had sustained breweries suddenly threatened them. Rent came due on tap rooms that couldn't open. Equipment loans required payments regardless of revenue. Staff needed to be paid or let go, each option carrying costs. The federal Paycheck Protection Program and other emergency measures provided some relief, but the bureaucratic processes moved slowly while cash needs were immediate. The human dimensions exceeded the financial. Brewery workers lost jobs or faced reduced hours. Owners who had built businesses over years confronted the possibility of watching them fail. The mental health toll, the stress, the isolation, the uncertainty affected everyone in the industry, even when specific breweries survived. The pivot necessity drove innovation at a pace that peacetime never would have. Within weeks of the shutdowns, breweries across the country were implementing adaptations that would have taken years under normal circumstances. Canning became suddenly essential. Breweries that had operated exclusively with draft and growler sales scrambled to acquire canning equipment, often finding themselves competing for limited supplies as demand spiked industry-wide. Mobile canning services, which brought equipment to breweries lacking their own lines, saw their schedules fill immediately. The format that had once seemed like a concession to convenience became a survival necessity. Direct-to-consumer delivery emerged where regulations permitted. Some states relaxed alcohol shipping laws, allowing breweries to deliver beer directly to customers' homes. Employees who had worked taproom service found themselves driving delivery routes, dropping off cases and crawlers on doorsteps. The personal contact that had characterized taproom visits translated imperfectly to doorstep drop-offs, but the connection was better than nothing. Curbside pickup became a fixture even where delivery wasn't viable. Customers would order online or by phone, drive to the brewery, and receive their beer through car windows without leaving their vehicles. The format was awkward and impersonal compared to a taproom visit, but it kept revenue flowing and maintained some customer contact. To-go cocktails and food service expanded at brew pubs, which could sometimes operate as restaurants even when their bar functions were curtailed. Outdoor seating, where weather and space permitted, provided options once initial lockdowns eased. Breweries with adjacent parking lots or cooperative neighboring properties set up tables at the distances required by health guidelines. The adaptations revealed capabilities that might otherwise have remained latent. Breweries that had never seriously considered retail, packaging found they could produce it competently. Staff who had focused on hospitality discovered skills in logistics and operations. The crisis forced flexibility that comfort would never have required. The losses. Not every brewery survived the pivot. The closures came in waves, some immediate, others delayed as reserves depleted and prospects dimmed. The breweries that closed represented investment, hope, community. The dreams of founders who had believed they could build something lasting. Accurate counts of pandemic-related closures proved difficult to establish. Some breweries closed quietly, without announcements. Others suspended operations without formally dissolving, leaving ambiguity about whether they might someday return. The Brewers Association tracked member closures, but acknowledged the data was incomplete. Estimates suggested hundreds of breweries closed in 2020 and 2021 alone, though the precise number depended on definitions and data sources. The closures weren't random. Breweries with weak financial positions before the pandemic, those carrying heavy debt, operating on thin margins, or located in markets already saturated, were disproportionately vulnerable. The crisis accelerated failures that might have happened eventually anyway, compressing years of attrition into months. Geography mattered too. States with longer, stricter lockdowns saw more closures than those that reopened relatively quickly. Urban breweries, dependent on office workers and tourists who disappeared from city centers, suffered more than those in residential areas where local customers remained accessible. College town breweries lost their student clientele when universities shifted to remote instruction. The human cost extended beyond owners and employees to the communities that breweries had anchored. A neighborhood that lost its brewery lost a gathering place, an identity marker, an economic catalyst. The closure left a void that wasn't quickly filled, and some neighborhoods remained diminished even after the pandemic's acute phase passed. The recovery came unevenly, driven by vaccination rollouts, changing public health guidance, and consumer confidence that rebuilt at varying paces. The summer of 2021 brought something approaching normalcy to parts of the country, with tap rooms reopening and crowds returning. But the return wasn't complete, and the industry that emerged from the crisis differed from the one that had entered it. Consumer habits had changed in ways that persisted beyond the emergency. Home drinking, which had spiked during lockdowns when no other option existed, remained elevated as people discovered they enjoyed the convenience and cost savings. The automatic visit to the bar after work, once almost reflexive for many, became more deliberate as people weighed options that now included ordering beer for home delivery. The packaging shifts proved durable. Consumers who had switched to canned beer during the pandemic often kept buying it, appreciating the freshness and convenience. Draft beer recovered, but not to pre-pandemic levels. The keg-to-package ratio had shifted, likely permanently. Taproom traffic returned, but with altered patterns. Weekend visits rebounded more strongly than weekday evenings. The after-work drop-in, once a staple of taproom commerce, declined as remote work meant many people weren't commuting past their local brewery. Events and festivals resumed, but sometimes attracted smaller crowds than their pre-pandemic predecessors. The breweries that had survived often emerged with different capabilities than they'd possessed before. The canning lines, acquired in desperation, became ongoing production tools. The delivery logistics, developed under pressure, continued serving customers who valued the convenience. The digital ordering systems, hastily implemented, became permanent infrastructure. New competition. While craft beer navigated the pandemic, other beverage categories continued evolving in ways that intensified competitive pressure. Hard seltzer, which had been growing before 2020, accelerated during the crisis and emerged as a significant force in the alcohol market. The appeal was straightforward: low calories, low carbohydrates, easy drinking, and flavor variety that changed constantly. White Claw and Truly dominated the category, but every major beverage company developed seltzer offerings. The products captured consumers who might otherwise have drunk light beer, wine, or spirits-based mixed drinks. They also attracted consumers, particularly younger women, who hadn't been well served by existing alcohol categories. For craft beer, the competition was indirect but real. Seltzer drinkers weren't necessarily abandoning craft beer, but their drinking occasions were being divided among more options. The consumer who once chose between macro lager and craft might now consider seltzer as well, fragmenting attention and wallet share. Some craft breweries responded by producing their own seltzers, reasoning that if consumers wanted the category, they might as well capture some of that demand. These offerings ranged from straightforward attempts to compete with White Claw to more creative approaches incorporating unusual flavors or higher alcohol levels. The strategic wisdom of these moves remained debatable. Producing seltzer diverted resources from beer and risked diluting brand identity, but ignoring the category entirely ceded growing market share to competitors. History rarely offers clean lessons. The past is too complex, too contingent, too entangled with circumstances that can never recur exactly. But patterns do emerge when we step back from the particulars, rhythms and tendencies that, while never precisely repeating, rhyme across centuries and cultures. The story of beer, spanning 10 millennia and touching nearly every human civilization, offers an unusually rich archive for identifying such patterns. What follows is not a summary of what has come before, but an attempt to draw out themes that run through the entire narrative, to ask what brewing's history might teach us about human societies more broadly. Some of these lessons are cautionary, revealing how good intentions can produce unintended consequences, or how power consolidates in ways that seem natural only in retrospect. Others are more hopeful, suggesting that certain human impulses toward community, toward craft, toward pleasure, prove remarkably persistent even under unfavorable conditions. The patterns matter not because they predict the future with any precision, but because they illuminate forces that continue operating in the present. The tensions between centralization and localism, between tradition and innovation, between commerce and craft, these didn't disappear when the historical periods that generated them passed. They persist in altered forms, shaping contemporary debates in ways that historical perspective can help clarify. The cycle of consolidation and revival, perhaps the most striking pattern in brewing history, is the oscillation between periods of centralization and fragmentation. Again and again, forces push the industry toward fewer, larger producers. And again, countervailing forces emerge to restore diversity. The cycle isn't mechanical. The specific dynamics differ across eras, but the general rhythm recurs often enough to suggest something fundamental about how industries evolve. The pattern appears in medieval Europe, where monastic brewing gave way to urban guild systems that consolidated production within regulated frameworks. It appears in 19th century industrialization, when technological advances favored large-scale production and drove countless small producers out of business. It appears most dramatically in 20th century America, where Prohibition's disruption enabled a consolidation that reduced thousands of pre-war breweries to dozens of survivors, which themselves merged into ever larger entities until a handful of corporations dominated the market. Each consolidation phase had its logic. Scale brought efficiencies, lower costs per barrel, broader distribution, more consistent quality. The survivors of consolidation could outcompete smaller rivals on price while investing in technology and marketing that reinforced their advantages. The trajectory toward concentration seemed natural, even inevitable, to those living through it. What other outcome could market forces produce? Yet consolidation repeatedly provoked responses that reversed or moderated its effects. The craft beer revolution that began in the 1970s represented the latest and most dramatic of these revivals, but it had precedents. Local brewing traditions persisted in Belgium, even as industrialization homogenized production elsewhere. British real ale advocates organized against keg beer precisely when the trend toward processed, pasteurized products seemed irresistible. German communities maintained small breweries for local consumption, even as national brands expanded. The revival phases shared common elements across different eras. They typically began with enthusiasts who valued something that industrialization had eliminated: flavor diversity, local character, connection to production processes. These enthusiasts often seemed eccentric or anachronistic to mainstream observers, their concerns marginal to mass markets. But their commitment preserved knowledge and demonstrated alternatives that eventually attracted broader followings. The revivals also depended on more than enthusiasm. They required conditions that allowed small-scale producers to compete viably. Whether regulatory environments, technological developments, or cultural shifts that created demand for what large producers couldn't offer. The home brewing legalization of 1978, the craft brewing exemptions in various state laws, the development of small-scale brewing equipment, all created conditions that transformed scattered enthusiasm into viable industry. The cycle's persistence suggests that consolidation, however powerful its logic, generates its own limits. The efficiencies that drive centralization eventually encounter diminishing returns. The homogenization that reduces costs also reduces the variety that some consumers value. The very success of consolidation creates market opportunities for competitors offering what consolidated industries have abandoned. The pattern doesn't guarantee that any particular revival will succeed, but it does suggest that the forces favoring diversity never entirely disappear. Technology's paradox. The relationship between technological change and brewing tradition defies simple characterization. Technology has repeatedly enabled both industrialization that threatened traditional practices and revivals that restored them. The same capacity for innovation that produced bland, shelf-stable lagers for mass markets also produced techniques that allowed small breweries to achieve quality previously possible only at scale. Consider refrigeration. When Carl von Linde developed mechanical cooling in the 1870s, the technology enabled lager brewing's expansion beyond its traditional seasonal and geographic limits. Breweries could now produce clean, consistent lagers year-round, anywhere, and they did, contributing to the homogenization that would characterize industrial brewing. Yet the same refrigeration technology eventually allowed craft breweries to control fermentation temperatures precisely, producing quality that would have been difficult without it. The technology was neutral. Its effects depended on who used it and toward what ends. The pattern repeats across technological domains. Pasteurization allowed mass-produced beer to survive extended distribution chains, but also enabled small breweries to achieve stability without large-scale infrastructure. Chemical analysis permitted industrial optimization of brewing processes, but also allowed craft brewers to understand and refine their techniques. Internet communication facilitated corporate marketing and distribution logistics, but also connected homebrewers, spread knowledge that had been locally confined, and enabled the enthusiast communities that drove craft beer culture. The lesson may be that technology's effects on traditional practices depend less on the technology itself than on the social and economic contexts in which it develops. Technologies that emerge within consolidated industries tend to reinforce consolidation. Designed to serve the needs of large-scale production, they're often ill-suited to smaller operations. But technologies can also be adapted, modified, or independently developed to serve different purposes. The craft beer movement succeeded partly by repurposing industrial technologies for artisanal ends, finding ways to achieve small-scale viability, using tools developed for large-scale efficiency. The paradox has implications beyond brewing. Contemporary debates about technology often assume that technical developments push inevitably toward concentration and homogenization, that algorithms favor platforms, that automation displaces craft, that digitization eliminates local distinctiveness. Brewing's history suggests a more complex picture in which technology opens possibilities without determining outcomes. The question is not whether technology will transform traditional practices, it will, but whether social forces can shape that transformation toward ends worth pursuing. Regulation's lasting hand. The structure of any industry reflects the regulatory environment that shaped it during formative periods. Brewing illustrates this with particular clarity, as rules established decades or centuries ago continue influencing contemporary markets in ways that often escape notice. The three-tier system that governs American alcohol distribution, mandating separation among producers, distributors, and retailers, emerged from Prohibition's repeal in ways that seemed prudent responses to the saloon abuses that had driven the dry movement. The tied house arrangements that had allowed breweries to control retail outlets were seen, with some justification, as having contributed to the problems Prohibition aimed to solve. Preventing such vertical integration seemed a reasonable safeguard. 80 years later, the three-tier system remains the fundamental structure of American alcohol commerce, though its original rationale has largely been forgotten. The system advantages large distributors who can maintain relationships across extensive territories, while disadvantaging small breweries seeking access to markets beyond their immediate regions. It creates barriers to entry that protect incumbents and complicate innovation. It shapes business strategies in ways that bear no obvious relationship to its original purposes. The example illustrates a broader pattern. Regulations that address specific historical problems become embedded in industry structure, persist beyond the circumstances that prompted them, and generate consequences their architects never anticipated. The German Reinheitsgebot, whatever its medieval motivations, shaped German brewing for 5 centuries after the conditions it addressed had vanished. British beer duties, calibrated to different production methods, influenced what styles breweries found economical to produce. American state-by-state licensing creates a patchwork that still determines which beers reach which consumers. The pattern suggests caution about regulatory interventions, not because regulation is unnecessary. The history of adulteration and abuse makes clear that it often is, but because regulations tend to outlive their purposes while creating interests invested in their continuation. The distributors who benefit from the 3-tier system, the established breweries that have learned to navigate existing rules, the bureaucracies that administer regulatory frameworks, all have incentives to preserve arrangements from which they benefit, regardless of whether those arrangements still serve broader public purposes. The lesson is not that regulation should be avoided, but that it should be designed with an awareness of how it might entrench itself, creating structures that shape the future long after present circumstances change. Sunset provisions, regular review mechanisms, flexibility for adaptation. These can help prevent regulatory frameworks from becoming the permanent constraints that historical examples illustrate. The persistence of community. Across vastly different historical contexts, beer has maintained its function as a facilitator of community. The Sumerian brewers praising Ninkasi, medieval peasants gathering at alehouses, British workers in Victorian pubs, American craft beer enthusiasts at taproom events. The specific circumstances differ enormously, but the social pattern recurs. Beer creates occasions for gathering that serve human needs for connection and belonging. This persistence suggests something important about human nature and about what we might call the technology of conviviality. Alcoholic beverages generally, and beer particularly, seem to serve social functions that transcend their chemical effects. The shared consumption of beer marks occasions as special, creates rituals that structure social time, lowers inhibitions in ways that facilitate conversation, and provides contexts in which relationships can form and deepen. The functions could in principle be served by other means, by shared meals without alcohol, by coffee or tea, by organized activities of various kinds. And indeed, these alternatives exist and serve similar purposes. But beer's combination of characteristics, moderate alcohol content, allowing extended consumption, production from common agricultural products, making it widely available, flavor complexity, rewarding attention and discussion, seems particularly well suited to conviviality's requirements. The journey began in the Fertile Crescent, perhaps 10,000 years ago, when someone, we will never know who, discovered that wet grain left to sit became something remarkable. The transformation was accidental, a discovery momentous. Grain and water and time, acted upon by invisible organisms that would remain unnamed for millennia, produced a beverage that nourished and intoxicated, that preserved nutrition through seasons when fresh food was scarce, that seemed touched by forces beyond human understanding. The Sumerians built temples to the goddess who watched over this mystery. They sang hymns to Ninkasi, praised the bapir bread from which beer emerged, celebrated the cloudy sweetness that filled their drinking vessels. For them, brewing was sacred work, the transformation of grain into beer, a gift from divine sources that demanded reverence. The priestesses who brewed in temple precincts served their communities and their gods simultaneously, the two purposes inseparable. From those beginnings, beer traveled across continents and centuries. Egyptian workers received it as wages, building monuments that still stand. Medieval monasteries refined techniques that would shape European brewing for generations. Guild systems organized production, created standards, transmitted knowledge. Empires taxed beer, armies marched on it. Revolutions were plotted in the taverns where it flowed. The beverage that had begun as sacred mystery became woven into the fabric of daily life across much of the world. Then came the transformations that made beer modern. Industrialization brought scale and standardization. Scientific understanding replaced intuition and tradition. Railroads and refrigeration created markets that spanned nations rather than neighborhoods. What had been local and varied became increasingly uniform, the product of factories rather than kitchens or small brew houses. The 20th century's consolidations reduced thousands of producers to dozens, then fewer still. Beer became commodity, consistent, affordable, stripped of the particularity that had once made each batch distinctive. And then, beginning tentatively and accelerating into something that would reshape the industry, the revival. Homebrewers experimenting in garages. Entrepreneurs opening small commercial operations against all conventional wisdom. A counterculture of flavor and locality and craft, challenging the assumption that consolidation was inevitable, that consumers wanted only the cheapest and blandest options. The craft beer movement, with all its contradictions and complications, restored diversity to a landscape that had seemed destined for uniformity. The journey from Sumerian priestesses to multinational corporations to neighborhood taprooms traces no simple arc of progress or decline. Each era brought gains and losses. Each transformation created new possibilities while foreclosing others. The sacred dimension largely disappeared as scientific understanding replaced mystery with chemistry. But the capacity to produce consistent, safe beer at scales that could serve mass markets, this was no small achievement. Whatever else was lost in its accomplishment. The craft revival recovered something valuable, but it too carries complications. The premium pricing that limits access, the enthusiast cultures that can exclude, the environmental costs of serving customers who demand constant novelty. What persists through all these transformations is something more fundamental than any particular brewing tradition or business model. The human desire for fermented community, for beverages that facilitate gathering, that mark occasions as special, that create context for connection. This endures regardless of how production is organized or what specific products are consumed. The need that beer serves appears to be genuinely basic, rooted in human sociality in ways that specific cultural expressions vary, while the underlying impulse remains constant. What lies ahead? The future of brewing, like any future, resists prediction. The forces now visible will continue operating, but how they interact, which predominate, what unexpected developments emerge, these remain genuinely uncertain. What follows is less forecast than reflection on trajectories currently in motion and possibilities they might open. Climate change will reshape brewing's material conditions in ways that are already becoming apparent, but whose full implications remain unclear. The Pacific Northwest, source of most American hops, faces temperature and precipitation changes that may make current cultivation patterns unviable within decades. The barley-growing regions of the northern Great Plains confront similar challenges. Water scarcity affects brewing regions from Colorado to California to parts of Europe. These are not distant threats, but present realities already influencing investment decisions and agricultural practices. Adaptation will come, though in what forms and at what costs remains uncertain. Hop breeding programs are developing varieties suited to different growing conditions. Barley research explores drought-tolerant strains. Water reclamation technologies improve. Some regions may cease being viable for brewing, while others become newly suitable. The geography of brewing, relatively stable for generations, may shift substantially over coming decades. Technology will continue transforming brewing practices, though the directions remain contested. Artificial intelligence and machine learning offer possibilities for optimizing recipes, predicting fermentation outcomes, and controlling processes with precision that human monitoring cannot match. Whether such technologies enhance craft brewing or undermine it depends on how they're deployed and by whom. The same tools that might help a small brewery achieve consistency could also enable corporate producers to simulate craft character at industrial scale. Laboratory-grown ingredients represent a more speculative but potentially significant development. Yeast strains engineered to produce hop-like flavors or compounds synthesized without plant cultivation could reduce brewing's agricultural dependencies. Such technologies raise questions about authenticity and naturalness that brewing has always negotiated, but the negotiation may become more fraught as the departures from traditional ingredients grow more dramatic. Non-alcoholic and low-alcohol beer will almost certainly continue growing as a category. The demographic and cultural trends driving this growth, health consciousness, moderation movements, changing attitudes toward intoxication, show no signs of reversing. The products themselves continue improving, narrowing the quality gap that once separated them from full-strength beer. Whether the category represents a threat to traditional brewing or an expansion of brewing's reach depends on how established breweries position themselves within it. The tension between localism and globalization will persist without resolution. Forces push in both directions. Supply chain vulnerabilities and environmental concerns favor local sourcing, while consumer access to global information creates demand for products from distant regions. The breweries that navigate this tension successfully will likely maintain local roots and identity while participating in larger networks of knowledge and commerce. Those that commit entirely to either pole, pure localism, or pure globalization, may find themselves poorly positioned for a world that demands both. Questions without answers. Certain questions hang over brewing's future that current knowledge cannot resolve. They are worth articulating, not because answers are available, but because how they're answered will shape what brewing becomes. Who will brew the beer of 2050? The question has multiple dimensions. Will production remain concentrated among a few global corporations with craft subsidiaries? Or will the taproom model create a more distributed landscape? Will the brewing workforce become more diverse? Or will patterns of exclusion prove resistant to change? Will brewing expertise reside in human practitioners, in algorithmic systems, or in some combination? The question of who brews is inseparable from questions of what gets brewed and for whom. What will craft mean as the category ages? The term emerged in opposition to industrial brewing, but the opposition becomes less clear as craft breweries scale and as corporate breweries adopt craft techniques. Will craft become merely a marketing signifier, emptied of meaningful content? Or will it evolve toward definitions that capture something essential about production methods, ownership structures, or community relationships? The independent seal represents one attempt at definition, but definitions always invite contestation. How will brewing communities respond to environmental constraints? The sustainability initiatives now underway are modest relative to the challenges climate change poses. More fundamental changes in ingredient sourcing, in production methods, in consumption patterns may prove necessary. Whether brewing communities muster the collective response that environmental threats require, or whether individual adaptations prove inadequate to systemic challenges, remains to be seen. Can brewing become genuinely inclusive? The diversity deficits that characterize the industry reflect deep patterns that conscious effort has only partially addressed. The barriers to capital access, to professional networks, to welcoming environments are structural rather than merely attitudinal. Whether the industry can restructure itself to actually include those it has historically excluded, or whether expressions of commitment will exceed practical progress, is genuinely uncertain. Return to human scale. Amid all the uncertainties about brewing's future, one development seems worth particular attention: the return of human-scale production and the communities that form around it. The taproom model that emerged over the past decade represents more than a business strategy. It represents a reorientation of brewing toward its social functions rather than merely its commercial ones. The neighborhood taproom, at its best, offers something that industrial brewing cannot: a place where people gather, where faces become familiar, where community forms through shared experience. The beer matters. It wouldn't work without quality beer, but it's not all that matters. The physical space, the social rituals, the sense of belonging to something local and particular, these constitute value that no packaged product, however excellent, can fully provide. This doesn't mean that tap rooms are without problems or that the model suits everyone. The premium pricing excludes those without disposable income for craft purchases. The cultural codes that develop in enthusiast spaces can feel unwelcoming to those unfamiliar with them. The emphasis on novelty and variety can overshadow the quiet pleasures of well-made, familiar styles. Recognizing the value of human-scale brewing doesn't require ignoring its limitations, but the persistence of the taproom model, even through the pandemic's disruptions, suggests that it addresses genuine needs. The prediction that digital alternatives would displace physical gathering, that people would order beer for home delivery rather than visiting breweries, proved mostly wrong. The desire to be somewhere with others, doing something together, reasserted itself as soon as conditions permitted. Human-scale brewing, it turns out, serves human-scale needs that haven't disappeared. The return to human scale also offers something like an answer to brewing's environmental challenges, or at least a partial one. Local production for local consumption reduces the transportation impacts of extended supply chains. Smaller operations can more readily adapt to changing conditions than massive industrial facilities designed for standardized production at scale. The community connections that human-scale brewing creates might generate the collective will that environmental adaptation requires. People who care about their local brewery might support the changes necessary for it to continue.